This recording is about shifting into an effortless state of abundance, where opportunities, success, and fulfillment flow naturally into your life. It's designed to work while you sleep. You'll wake up feeling more open, capable, and aligned with limitless possibilities. You don't need to focus or try hard. Just relax, let it play, and your subconscious will absorb everything naturally. Over time, your mind will effortlessly attract the right ideas, the right paths, and the right outcomes. Want to continue expanding your mindset? Subscribe to this channel to stay in the flow of abundance. Abundance is not a distant dream or a far-off goal. It's the very fabric of the universe, woven into every moment, every thought, and every possibility. The universe is infinite, and so are the opportunities it holds. Every second is pregnant with potential, ready to unfold in ways that stretch beyond what the mind can grasp. When life is seen through this lens, abundance becomes less of a chase and more of a gentle unfolding. It's already present, patiently waiting to be noticed, like a river flowing quietly until its banks are opened. The stars in the night sky stretch out endlessly, each one a quiet nudge toward the vastness of what can be. Just as the universe grows and expands, so does the space for growth, joy, and ease. There's no cap on what's available, no shortage to fear. Scarcity is just a shadow cast by doubt, and when that shadow fades, the light of plenty shines through. It's a simple shift, like turning a dial to hear a song that's been playing all along. What we hold in our minds shapes what flows into our lives. Belief in limits builds walls, while belief in abundance opens doors. It's not about pretending struggles don't exist. It's about seeing them as threads in a bigger tapestry, each one leading to something greater. A challenge isn't a dead end. It's a bend in the road, curving toward new horizons. The mind has this power. It grows what it waters. Feed it thoughts of possibility, and possibility blooms. Abundance isn't just about stacks of gold or piles of things. It's a richness that spills over into every corner, love that overflows, moments that feel full, wisdom that deepens, time that stretches wide. It's less about what's held in the hands and more about what felt in the heart. When that inner well is full, the world outside begins to mirror it, reflecting back what's already there. Resistance is like a knot in a rope. It tightens under pressure. Fear ties those knots. Fear of not having enough, fear of losing what's gained, fear of the unknown. But trust unties them. Trust in life's rhythm, in its quiet generosity, lets everything loosen up. When the knots are gone, the rope runs free, and abundance moves like water, smooth and steady. Trust isn't about forcing answers or mapping every step. It's a soft leaning into the idea that life bends toward good, even when the path twists. It's letting go of the need to grip tight, and instead resting in the flow. That flow is always there, ready to carry what's needed, like a breeze lifting a leaf to just the right spot. Gratitude lights up the ordinary. It's a way of seeing that turns small sparks into flames. When what's already here is cherished, the door swings wide for more. It's not about counting blessings like coins. It's about feeling their weight, their warmth. That feeling shifts everything, turning a single drop into a stream, then a river. It's simple, but it's mighty. Generosity flows from the same well. Giving isn't about emptying out. It's It's about keeping the current moving. When something is shared, it doesn't shrink, it grows. The universe has a way of circling back what's sent out, often in bigger waves. It's not a trade or a bargain, it's just how things work, like planting a seed and watching it sprout twice as tall. Love sits at the heart of it all. It's the highest note in the song of life, the one that rings clear and long. Love doesn't shrink or cling, it spreads out, lifting everything it touches. Fear pulls inward, but love reaches outward, opening paths where none seem to be. Choosing love is choosing abundance every time. Life has a quiet habit of working things out. What looks like a mess today might be the groundwork for something beautiful tomorrow. A stumble isn't the end, it's a pivot point, a chance to step into something new. Every dip is a setup for a rise, every shadow a prelude to light. The universe doesn't run out of chances. It's always spinning new ones into being. Resilience is part of this dance. It's not about never falling. It's about standing up with a little more knowing each time. A setback isn't a stop sign. It's a lesson wrapped in rough paper. Those who lean into abundance don't linger on the fall. They look for the next step, trusting it's there. And it always is. Everything is tied together, like threads in a web. One strand lifts another, and the whole thing holds strong. Helping one lifts all. Sharing doesn't divide, it multiplies. There's no need to fight over scraps when the table is endless. The more that's given, the more there is to give. That's the math of abundance. It doesn't subtract, it adds up in ways that surprise. The mind is a garden, soft and ready for planting. Thoughts are the seeds, and they grow whatever they're made of. Sow doubt, and the ground stays bare. Sow hope, and it turns green. Tend it gently, pull out the weeds of fear, water it with trust, and it becomes a place where plenty takes root. It's not hard work, it's just paying attention to what's growing. Imagination is the wind in the sails. It lifts ideas beyond the horizon, past what seems real or close. There's no ceiling to what can be dreamed, no fence around what's possible. Limits are just lines drawn in sand. Step over them, and the whole beach opens up. The universe doesn't say no, it waits for the yes. Look at the stories of those who dared to dream wild. Every leap started as a spark in the mind. What seemed impossible became real because someone believed it could. That's the seed of abundance, believing in what's not yet seen. It's there for anyone willing to plant it. Abundance isn't a struggle, it's a release. It's letting go of the idea that it's far away or hard to reach. We're born with it, like a riverbed holds water. The only thing that stops the flow is the dams we build: doubts, worries, old stories. Take them down, and the current runs free. Surrender isn't weakness, it's strength in disguise. It's trusting that life knows the way, even when the map's unclear. Handing over the reins doesn't mean giving up. It means letting something bigger steer. And that something bigger always has more in store. Asking for help isn't a flaw, it's a bridge. No one carries the sky alone, it's held up by countless hands. The universe is full of support, waiting to step in. All it takes is a crack in the door, a willingness to let it through. That's not lack, it's faith in the bigger picture. Learning keeps the well deep. Every bit of wisdom adds to the flow. Every lesson widens the stream. The more that's known, the more there is to know. And that's abundance too. It's not about having all the answers. It's about loving the questions. Balance keeps it steady. It's knowing when to push and when to pause, when to pour out and when to fill up. Too much one way tips the scale, but harmony holds it level. Rest isn't wasted time. It's the soil where energy grows. Caring for the self isn't a detour, it's the road. Self-love is the root of it all. It's the quiet nod that says, I'm enough. From that place, everything else blossoms. Worth isn't tied to what's done or won. It's there from the start, unshakable. Believing that opens the gates wide. Abundance isn't earned, it's claimed. It's a birthright, simple as breathing. Accepting it isn't a fight, it's a yes. That yes turns the key, and what's locked up starts to spill out. Resistance jams the lock, but acceptance turns it smooth. Being abundant isn't about doing more, it's about being more. When the inside hums with plenty, the outside follows. Action flows from that, light and sure, not heavy or rushed. It's not about chasing, it's about stepping into what's already there. Intuition whispers like a friend. It nudges toward what's true, what's right, without shouting. Trusting it is like following a star. It doesn't need a map, just a glance upward. The heart hears what the head might miss, and it's never wrong. Purpose isn't a prize to hunt down, it's a song to hum. It's living true, letting what's inside spill out naturally. When that song plays, abundance dances along. It's not about finding the tune, it's about letting it play. Authenticity is a magnet. It pulls in what fits, what belongs. Pretending scatters the signal, but being real tunes it clear. Everyone's got a unique note to play, and that's the strength. No one else can sing it. Shining that light doesn't dim anyone else, it brightens the whole room. Abundance isn't a solo act, it's a chorus. The more voices join in, the louder it gets. Giving it away doesn't shrink it, it grows it. Kindness ripples out like a stone in a pond. One small toss, and the circles spread far. The universe catches those ripples and sends them back, bigger each time. It's not about expecting the return, it's about loving the splash. Everything's linked, one thread pulls another. Lifting one lifts all. It's not a race for the top, it's a climb together. There's no finish line, just more peaks to share. That's the beauty of it. No one's left behind. Working together beats fighting alone. Sharing ideas, hands, hearts, it builds something bigger than any one piece. There's no cap on the table's size. It stretches as far as the will to fill it. Abundance thrives where walls come down. The mind shapes what's seen. Feed it plenty, and plenty shows up. It's not wishing, it's knowing. Doubt digs holes, faith fills them. Knowing it's there pulls it close, like a tide to the shore. Feelings steer the ship. Joy, love, gratitude, they're the wind that pushes it forward. Lean into them, and the sails catch full. They're not just nice to have, they're the fuel. What's felt grows roots. Appreciating what's here calls in more. It's not about tallying up, it's about savoring. That savoring sends a quiet signal. There's room for extra. It's a cycle that spins on its own, picking up speed. Even the rough patches hide gifts. Every snag has a lesson, every knot a chance to untie something new. Seeing that turns the tangle into a thread. Nothing's wasted. It's all part of the weave. Abundance flows when the mind lets go. Forcing jams the gears, but easing up spins them smooth. Ideas bubble up when the pressure's off. It's not about pushing, it's about letting it rise. Life's a current, not a wall. Swim with it, and it carries far. Fight it, and it tires quick. Letting go doesn't sink the boat, it lifts it. That's the secret. Flow beats force. Surrender is handing over the map without tearing it up. It's trusting the road's there, even in the fog. The path shows itself to those who walk it. Control grips tight, faith lets loose. Peace isn't loud, it's steady. It's the quiet under the storm, the hum that holds it all. From peace, choices clear up. A still pond reflects better than a rippled one. Strength isn't hard, it's soft. Water carves stone not by smashing, but by running steady. Abundance moves like that, finding the easy way through. Bend, don't break, that's the trick. Change isn't a threat, it's a door. Every shift cracks it open a little more. Sticking fast stalls the wheels, rolling with it spins them free. There's always something new around the bend. Growth is the heartbeat of it all. Stagnation fades, motion thrives. Expanding isn't extra, it's built in. The more that's reached, the more there is to reach. That's the pulse of life. Abundance rides that pulse. It's not a finish line, it's a wave that keeps rolling. Every crest lifts higher, every trough dips to rise again. There's no end, just more to ride. Joy isn't a hunt, it's a gift. Let it in and it doubles. Chase it and it slips. It's there in the quiet, waiting to be felt. Happiness isn't a rule, it's a choice. The world echoes what's sent out. Shine bright, and bright comes back. It's not magic, it's math. What's given grows wings and flies home. That's the loop that never stops. Being isn't doing, it's resting in what is. From that rest, everything flows. Push too hard, and it stumbles, ease in, and it glides. The doing sorts itself when the being's clear. Balance isn't a chore, it's a rhythm. Give, take, rest, rise, it's a dance. Tip too far, and it wobbles, find the beat, and it hums. Harmonies where the good stuff stays. Self-love isn't loud, it's steady. Its knowing worth isn't a trophy to win. It's there, quiet and sure, from the start. That knowing pulls in what fits. Worth isn't a scorecard, it's a seed. Plant it, and it grows on its own. No need to prove it, just let it be. What's deserved shows up when it's believed. Small moves stack up. A step today, another tomorrow, it adds quiet. Rushing trips, packing builds. Time turns little into big when it's trusted. Faith sees through the dark. It's the glow when the light's out, the pull when the way's unclear. Hope holds the line. Every inch forward counts. Winds don't need to shout. A nod to the small ones keeps the fire lit. Momentum builds on its own, slow at first, then fast. It's the roll that carries far. One step starts it all. The first is the toughest, but it cracks the ground open. Fear tags along, but it's just noise. Courage quiets it, and the road clears. Dreams aren't fluff, they're blueprints. Feed them belief, and they take shape. What's held in the heart finds a way out. It's the spark that lights the fire. Abundance flows when the dream fits the hole. What lifts all lifts higher. Giving through what's natural calls it back. The universe leans in when the heart does. Value given grows value received. It's not a tally, it's a wave. Pour out what's good, and it washes back fuller. That's the tide that never ebbs. Letting go isn't loss, it's space. Clinging stalls, releasing moves. What's not held tight finds its way back bigger. Trust turns loose ends into new starts. Joy pulls more joy. Laugh and it echoes. Play and it spreads. Light stays close to light. It's the easiest pull there is. Simple is strong. Clear out the clutter, and the good stuff shines. Less isn't empty, it's room. What matters grows when the noise fades. True rich isn't stuff, it's connection. Ties that hold deep fill the gaps. Love's the coin that never runs dry. Give it, and it piles up. Healing inside heals outside. What's whole within draws whole back. Self-love isn't a step, it's the ground. Stand there, and the rest lines up. Support's always there. No one's a lone star, the sky's full. Creation's a team play. Lean in, and it holds steady. Miracles aren't rare, they're rhythm. Expect them, and they hum along. Belief tunes the string, doubt snaps it. Faith keeps it playing. Power isn't loud, it's quiet. It's the pull that shapes without shoving. Step into it, and it moves mountains. That's the strength that builds slow and sure. Home isn't far, it's close. It's the peace that sits inside, the fit that feels right. Rest there, and the world shifts. Abundance flows from that still spot. Choice bends the arc. Every thought, every lean turns the wheel. Pick plenty, and plenty rolls in. It's the hand that shapes the clay. Awareness lights the way. See the drift, and it shifts. Thoughts aren't just air, they're bricks. Stack them high, and the tower stands. Beauty's not rare, it's constant. Look soft, and it's there. Seeing it calls it closer. What's lovely grows when it's loved. Change isn't a wall, it's a gate. Step through, and it opens wide. Inside shifts, outside follows. It's the turn that makes new. The seed's already planted. Water it with yes, and it climbs. Doubt chokes, trust frees. What's possible waits for the nod. Nature doesn't rush, it flows. Trees don't fret, they reach. Were that too steady, growing, line up with it, and it carries. When it clicks, it hums. Those clicks string together, little nods from the whole. They're the beat that keeps it moving. The ride's the point. Ends fade into starts, and it rolls on. Focus there, and it smooths out. Easy comes when the grip's light. Thriving isn't scraping by, it's blooming. Abundance isn't a stretch, it's a settle. Lean in, and it fits. That's the way it's wired. Every day's a package. Unwrap it slow, and it spills out. Presence cracks it open. What's held close pours plenty. Health's the base. A strong root holds a tall tree. Mind clear, body steady. It's the frame that carries far. Expansion's the rule. The universe doesn't shrink, it stretches. We're in that stretch, growing wide. More comes with the reach. Potential's got no lid. It's the sky, not the roof. Tap it and it spills. That's the well that never dries. Being plenty is the trick. Live it and it sticks. Doing follows, light as air. It's the hum that pulls it near. Tune in and it plays. The song's always on shift the dial, and it's clear. Inside tweaks the sound. That's the knob that turns it up. Choice sits ready. Tip it one way and it flows. Power in the tilt. Lean toward full and it fills. Reality bends soft. Belief molds it like dough. Knead it with plenty and it rises. What's held shapes what's seen. Dreams seed the ground. Faith waters them quiet. They sprout when it's time. That's the root that breaks stone. Inner rich makes outer rich. Fill the cup and it spills over. Peace inside pulls peace close. It's the glow that lights the way. Well's the prize. Feel good and good follows. Give good and it stacks. That's the loop that spins gold. Open hands catch more. Give easy, take easy, it balances out. Hold tight and it sticks, let go and it flows. Harmony sings it in. Smooth notes hit right. Jangle stalls, tune it up and it runs. That's the sound that carries. Joy's the flag. Feel it and it waves high. Follow it and it points true. It's the pull that knows the way. Ready pulls it in. Expect it and it lands. Hope's not weak, it's sharp. Good stays close to good thoughts. Wise know the game. Thoughts build the board. Play plenty and it pays. That's the move that wins quiet. Lifting spreads it wide. Pull one up and it climbs. We're tied higher together. That's the lift that lasts. Stars don't count, they shine. Each one's a nod to what's there. We're that dust, glowing soft. Light calls light, and it grows. Abundance isn't grabbed, it's heard. The signal steady, tune in, and it's loud. Inside shifts the dial. That's the ear that catches it. Work inside, and it works outside. Polish the core, and it reflects. Self's the key, turn it, and it opens. That's the craft that frees it. Life's the mirror. Shift the look, and it shifts back. Power in the gaze. Pick plenty, and it stares back. Steer with care, and it sails smooth. Choice turns the wheel soft. Point it full, and it lands there. That's the helm that holds it. The trip's the gold. Ends blur into starts, it's the ride that shines. Savor it, and it sweetens. That's the taste that stays. Full's the feel. Fill inside, and it floods out. Empty's just a call for more. Let go, and it refills. Each close opens new. Ends don't stop, they seed. Fresh rolls in quiet. That's the turn that keeps it green. Potential's the spark. Nudge it, and it flares. Belief fans it high. That's the flame that warms it. Nature's the guide. It grows easy, no rush. Where that flow, steady on. Match it, and it runs free. Clicks line up. Little yesies stack tall. They wink back, soft and sure. That's the rhythm that hums it. The ride's the prize. Ends loop to starts, and it flows. Ease in, and it glides. That's the wave that lifts it. Bloom's the goal. Plenty settles in soft. It's wired deep, lean in, and it grows. That's the root that holds it. Every tick's a chance. Peel it slow, and it shines. Stay close, and it spills. That's the pulse that feeds it. Breath's the tie. deep pulls it in steady. Link it up and it holds. That's the thread that weaves it. Knowing's the spark. See it and it lights. Power in the nod. That's the glow that builds it. Making's the game. Shape it plenty and it stacks. Joy's the fuel. That's the play that spins it. Full's the point. Live it and it hums. It's the fit that clicks. That's the hum that pulls it close. Now's the beat. Tap it and it flows. Plenty there, soft and sure. That's the rhythm that runs it. Love's the call. Answer it and it fills. It's the root that holds it all. That's the pull that ties it tight. We're the spark. Light it and it glows. Plenty's built in nod and it shines. That's the flame that frees it. This is where the thread of infinite possibilities rests for now, ready to weave into the next stretch of thought. What's endless doesn't stop, it simply turns, carrying the promise of more into the quiet spaces ahead. The universe, in its boundless expanse, offers not just material wealth, but a richness that permeates every facet of existence. Abundance is not confined to the tangible. It is a state of being that infuses life with meaning, connection, and joy. It is the warmth of a shared laugh, the quiet satisfaction of a moment well lived, the spark of creativity that ignites new ideas. This abundance is woven into the very fabric of life, waiting to be recognized and embraced, like threads of gold hidden in the earth, gleaming for those who pause to look. Consider the relationships that shape our lives. Each connection, whether fleeting or lifelong, holds the potential for growth, understanding, and love. When we approach others with openness and generosity, we create a space where abundance can flourish. A kind word, a listening ear, a gesture of support, these small acts ripple outward, fostering a sense of community and belonging. In this way, abundance in relationships is not about quantity, but about the depth and quality of our interactions. It's not the tally of names in a book or the noise of a crowded room. It's the stillness of a moment when two souls truly meet. One honest conversation can outweigh a dozen shallow ones, like a single deep root anchoring a tree more firmly than a tangle of shallow ones. That's the richness of connection. It thrives not by spreading thin, but by digging deep. And yet, this depth isn't reserved for the grand or the permanent. Even a brief encounter, a smile from a stranger, a shared glance on a busy street carries its own kind of plenty. These moments remind us that abundance isn't hoarded. It flows freely, touching lives in ways we may never fully see. Like raindrops on a pond, each one sends out circles that overlap and multiply, creating patterns too vast to trace. That's the beauty of human connection. It's a web of abundance, linking us all in quiet, unseen ways. Creativity, too, is a wellspring of abundance. It is the ability to see beyond the ordinary, to imagine what could be, and to bring those visions to life. When we tap into our creative potential, we unlock a reservoir of ideas and inspiration that knows no bounds. This creative abundance is not limited to artists or innovators. It is available to anyone willing to look at the world with fresh eyes and an open heart. It is the courage to try something new, to express oneself authentically, and to find beauty in the unexpected. A child's scribbled drawing, a melody hummed on a whim, a fresh path through an old problem, These are all sparks of creativity, each one a testament to the endless ways life can unfold. The more we dip into this well, the more it yields, like a spring that bubbles stronger with every scoop. But creativity isn't just about making things, it's about seeing differently. It's the farmer who plants a field in a new pattern, the cook who blends flavors no one's tried, the dreamer who asks, "What if?" when others say that's enough. It's a mindset that refuses to be boxed, a lens that turns the mundane into the marvelous. And this abundance doesn't run out, it grows. Each idea plants a seed for the next. Each leap inspires another, until the mind becomes a forest of possibility, thick with branches reaching toward the sky. Personal growth is another realm where abundance thrives. Every experience, every challenge, every triumph is an opportunity to learn and evolve. When we view life as a journey of continuous growth, we shift from a mindset of scarcity to one of limitless potential. Each step forward, no matter how small, is a testament to our capacity for resilience and transformation. In this light, abundance is not a destination, but a way of traveling through life, embracing each moment as a chance to become more fully ourselves. A mistake isn't a dead end, it's a detour. A loss isn't an empty space, it's a clearing for something new. Every turn adds texture to the tapestry, making it more intricate, more alive. Growth doesn't shout its presence, it whispers. It's the slow stretch of roots beneath the soil, the steady rise of a tide reshaping the shore. We don't always see it happening, but we feel its weight over time, the way we stand a little taller, breathe a little easier, trust a little more. That's the quiet power of abundance in growth. It builds without fanfare, layer by layer, until one day we look back and see how far the path has stretched. To live in this abundance, we must first recognize that it is not something to be achieved, but something to be remembered. It is a return to our natural state, a shedding of the layers of doubt and fear that obscure our innate sense of plenty. This remembrance begins with a simple shift in perspective, from focusing on what is lacking to appreciating what is already present. It is the practice of seeing the glass as half full, not out of blind cheer, but out of a deep trust in the universe's generosity. That trust isn't a leap into the void. It's a step onto solid ground, a knowing that life, at its heart, is giving. Gratitude is the key that turns this lock. When we pause to notice the good, the warmth of a meal, the sound of rain, the hand that reaches out, we plant seeds for more to grow. It's not about denying the hard days or glossing over the cracks. It's about finding the light that shines through them. This practice is a soft nudge, a reminder that abundance isn't far off, it's here, in the small things we often overlook. A single flower pushing through pavement can hold more wonder than a field of gold if we let it. That's gratitude's gift. It makes the ordinary rich. Another pillar of this mindset is the willingness to let go. Clinging to old wounds, stale beliefs, or rigid plans can choke the flow of abundance, as if we're gripping a river instead of letting it run. But when we release these burdens, we carve out space for new currents to sweep in. It's like pruning a tree. The cut doesn't weaken it, it strengthens what remains, letting light reach the branches that need it most. Letting go isn't losing, it's clearing the way. It's not about erasing the past, but about loosening its hold so the present can breathe and the future can bloom. This release takes courage, yes, but it also takes faith. Faith that what's let go will be replaced by something better suited, something truer. It's the trust that the universe doesn't leave gaps unfilled. When we drop the weight of should have been, we pick up the lightness of what could be. That's the trade-off of abundance. Less baggage, more room for wonder. Trust is the thread that weaves these pieces together. Trust in oneself, in others, in the vastness beyond. It's the quiet certainty that there is always enough love, enough time, enough chances. This trust isn't naive. It's forged in the understanding that life bends toward plenty, even when the curve is hard to see. When we lean into it, abundance rises to meet us, often in ways that catch us off guard, a kindness we didn't expect, a solution that fits just right, a door that opens when we'd stopped knocking. These aren't flukes. They're the universe nodding back. This trust grows roots in stillness. In the pause between breaths, in the hush of a morning before the world wakes, we hear it, the steady hum of life's generosity. It's not a promise of perfection, it's a promise of presence. Whatever comes, there's a hand to hold, a light to follow, a way through. That's the strength of trust. It doesn't erase the storm, it builds the shelter. Abundance isn't static, it moves. It's not a treasure to lock away, but a river to share. When we give, whether it's a moment, a meal, or a piece of ourselves, we join that flow, keeping it alive. Generosity isn't a drain, it's a channel. The more we pour out, the more pours in, not as a reward, but as a rhythm. It's the law of the tide. What goes out returns, fuller each time. A shared story, a lifted spirit, a burden halved. These acts don't diminish us, they expand us, linking our abundance to the world. This giving doesn't need to be grand. It's the pebble tossed into the stream, the spark that lights a fire. A child's wave, a neighbor's help, a stranger's thanks. These are the quiet gifts that ripple far beyond their size. And in that giving, we find a truth. Abundance isn't ours alone. It's a collective song, sung louder when more voices join in. Abundance doesn't rush. It's the slow unfurling of a leaf, the patient arc of a star across the sky. We can't force it to bloom faster, but we can trust its timing. In the waiting, there's no lack, just the gentle gathering of what's to come. Like a river carving a canyon, it works steadily, shaping life with a grace we only see in hindsight. That's the patience of abundance. It knows some things need seasons to ripen, and it's content to let them unfold. While we wait, we can savor the now, the taste of the air, the sound of a friend's laugh, the feel of ground beneath us. These are the threads that stitch the days together, the ones that make the waiting rich. When we linger here, we see that abundance isn't just ahead, it's alongside us, in the spaces we often hurry past. In the end, abundance isn't something we chase or claim, it's something we step into. It's a dance between our inner quiet and the outer vastness, a balance of effort and ease. The heart knows the steps, feeling the pull of plenty like a current. The mind follows, clearing the haze to reflect what's true. Together, they move us toward a life that's not about having more, but about being more open, more whole, more alive. This dance doesn't end, it deepens. Each turn reveals a new layer, each step a wider view. The possibilities don't shrink, they stretch, carrying us into spaces we hadn't dreamed of. And as we go, we carry the promise of more, not as a goal, but as a gift. It's the gift of a life that keeps giving, a story that keeps growing, a world that keeps turning toward light. This is where the thread of abundance pauses, not to stop, but to rest, ready to weave into the next stretch of wonder, where the endless quietly waits. Abundance is not a distant idea or a rare gift. It is the very heartbeat of the world around us, woven into the rhythms of nature, the flow of time, and the quiet forces that guide our lives. It is as close as the air we breathe, as steady as the ground beneath our feet, and as timeless as the stars above. When we pause to notice, we see that abundance is not something we must chase or earn. It is something we are already part of, like a leaf on a tree or a drop in the ocean. It is the quiet truth that life, in all its forms, is always giving, always growing, always enough. Look to the natural world, and you will find abundance in every corner. The trees do not worry about whether they will bear fruit again next season. They simply do, year after year, offering their bounty to the earth without hesitation. The rivers do not fret over running dry. They flow on, carving paths through stone, nourishing everything in their wake. The seasons turn without fail, each one bringing its own gifts: the bloom of spring, the warmth of summer, the harvest of autumn, the rest of winter. Nature does not hold back or second guess. It gives freely, trusting in the cycle of renewal that is its very essence. This generosity is not just for show. It is a reminder that abundance is built into the fabric of existence. The earth does not ration its beauty or withhold its resources. It offers them openly to all who are willing to receive. A single seed, small and unassuming, holds within it the potential for a forest. A single raindrop joins with others to form a river that can sustain entire ecosystems. These are not accidents or exceptions. They are the rule. Nature's way is abundance, and we, as part of nature, are woven into that same pattern. Yet it is easy to forget this when we feel disconnected from the natural world. In the rush of daily life, we may overlook the quiet lessons of the trees, the rivers, the stars. But when we slow down and look closely, we see that abundance is not a luxury. It is life's default setting. The sun rises each day, not because it must, but because it can. The moon pulls the tides, not out of duty, but out of harmony. We too can live in this harmony, trusting that what we need will come, just as the earth trusts the rain to fall and the seasons to turn. Time, like nature, is another realm where abundance quietly thrives. It is easy to see time as scarce, a limited resource slipping through our fingers, always running out. But this is only one way to look at it. When we shift our gaze, we see that time is not a cage, but a wide open field, stretching out in all directions, ready to be explored. Each moment is a doorway to the next, each second a seed of possibility. Time is not something we lose. It is something we are always stepping into, like a river that never stops flowing. In this light, time becomes a gift rather than a burden. It is not about how much we have, but how deeply we live within it. When we rush, we skim the surface, missing the richness beneath. But when we slow down, we sink into the present, and suddenly time expands. A single hour can feel like a lifetime when we are fully there, watching the sky change colors, listening to a friend's story, feeling the weight of a quiet breath. These moments remind us that abundance is not about quantity, but about presence. The more we are here, the more time gives back. This is the paradox of time. The less we cling to it, the more it opens up. When we stop trying to control every minute, we find that there is always enough time to rest, to create, to connect, to grow. It is not about squeezing more into each day, but about savoring what is already there. Like a tree that grows at its own pace, we too can trust in the timing of our lives. What is meant to unfold will do so, not in a frantic sprint, but in a steady, unhurried rhythm. Beyond the visible world, there are forces at work that shape our lives in ways we cannot always see or understand. These unseen currents, intuition, synchronicity, the interconnectedness of all things are like the wind, invisible, yet undeniably real, guiding us toward what we need, often before we even know we need it. They are the quiet nudges that lead us to the right place at the right time, the sudden insights that spark a new idea, the sense of being part of something larger than ourselves. Intuition is one such force. It is the soft voice within that knows without knowing, the gut feeling that pulls us toward or away from a path. When we listen to it, we tap into a deeper wisdom, one that sees beyond the surface and senses the abundance waiting just around the corner. It is not loud or insistent, it whispers, trusting that we will hear it when we are ready. And when we do, it often leads us to exactly what we need, like a compass pointing true north. Synchronicity is another thread in this web. It is the meaningful coincidence, the unexpected alignment of events that feels too perfect to be chance. A chance meeting that turns into a lifelong friendship, a book that falls open to the exact words we needed to hear, a door that opens just as another closes. These are the universe's way of winking at us, reminding us that we are not alone in our journey. These moments are not random. They are the universe's way of saying, you are exactly where you need to be. And in that knowing, we find a quiet abundance, a sense that life is conspiring in our favor. Then there is the interconnectedness of all things, the understanding that we are not separate from the world, but deeply woven into it. Every thought, every action, every breath sends ripples through the web of life, touching others in ways we may never see. This connection is a source of abundance, for it means that we are always supported, always held by something greater. When we give, we receive. When we lift others, we rise ourselves. It is a dance of mutual generosity, where abundance flows not just to us, but through us, linking us to the whole. These elements, nature, time, and the unseen, are not separate. They are part of the same song, each note blending into the next. The trees teach us patience. The rivers remind us to flow. The stars whisper of vastness, and the quiet forces within guide us home. Together, they form a symphony of abundance, one that plays whether we listen or not. But when we do listen, when we tune our hearts to this frequency, we find that life hums with possibility. Every breath becomes a gift, every step a new beginning, every moment a chance to see the world with fresh eyes. This is the quiet power of abundance. It does not shout or demand attention. It simply is, steady and unwavering, like the pulse of the earth. It is the knowing that there is always more to discover, more to feel, more to become. And as we lean into this knowing, we find that abundance is not something we must seek outside ourselves. It is something we carry within, a light that grows brighter the more we share it. The thread of abundance does not end here. It simply turns, weaving into the next part of the journey, where the unseen becomes seen, and the quiet hum of life grows louder still. Abundance is not a prize to be won or a destination to be reached. It is the quiet pulse of life itself, the soft glow that illuminates every corner of existence, the gentle current that carries us even when we do not notice. It is as vast as the cosmos and as close as the breath we take in this moment. In this part of our journey, we will wander through the endless abundance found in silence, mystery, cycles, surrender, and the unseen, forces so subtle they are often overlooked, yet so powerful they shape the very fabric of the universe. These are not fleeting gifts, but eternal wells, brimming with wisdom and possibility, waiting patiently for us to dip our hands into their depths and drink deeply. Silence is not an absence, it is a presence, a vast and generous space where all things come to rest and renew. It is the canvas beneath the painting, the pause between notes that gives music its shape, the stillness that holds the stars in place. In silence, there is no scarcity of sound or clamor to fill the void. There is instead an abundance of peace, a richness that unfolds like a meadow after rain, alive with the quiet hum of life settling into itself. Within this stillness lies the abundance of clarity. When the noise of the world fades, the chatter of thoughts, the rush of obligations, the clamor of voices vying for attention, what remains is a mirror, smooth and unshaken, reflecting the truth of what is. A single moment of silence can hold more wisdom than a lifetime of words, for it is in the quiet that the mind untangles, the heart softens, and the spirit remembers its own vastness. Like a lake undisturbed by ripples, silence reveals depths we might never see in the storm of motion. And yet, silence is not a solitary thing, it connects us. In the quiet, we hear the echo of all that has come before and all that will follow. It is the thread that binds the laughter of a child to the sigh of an elder, the crash of waves to the rustle of leaves, the beat of one heart to the rhythm of another. Silence is the space where the universe breathes, where the boundaries between one thing and another dissolve, leaving only the infinite expanse of being. To sit in silence is to sit in the lap of abundance itself, cradled by a stillness that knows no end. But this abundance does not force itself upon us. It waits, patient and eternal, like a mountain standing watch over a valley. We need only step into it, allow it to wrap around us like a cloak, woven from starlight and shadow. In silence, there is room for everything, every hope, every sorrow, every unspoken dream. And yet, it never feels crowded, for its capacity is boundless. It is a well that never runs dry, a garden where every seed finds soil, a sky that holds every star without strain. This is the abundance of silence, not in what it takes away, but in what it reveals, a quiet plenty that fills us without effort. Beyond the edges of silence lies the abundance of mystery, a realm so vast it defies the grasp of even the widest imagination. Mystery is the shadow that dances at the corner of our vision, the the question that lingers after the answer has been given, the horizon that recedes as we approach. It is not a puzzle to be solved, but a gift to be savored, a treasure chest with no lock and no bottom, spilling over with wonders we can never fully name. Picture the night sky, a tapestry of darkness pierced by countless points of light. Each star is a story, each constellation a fragment of a tale older than time. Yet the more we gaze, the more we realize we see only a sliver of the whole. Beneath the surface of that sky lies an ocean of unknowns, galaxies spinning in silence, worlds orbiting unseen suns, forces weaving patterns we cannot trace. This is the abundance of mystery, not in what we know, but in what we do not, in the endless expanse of questions that stretch beyond the reach of our understanding. Mystery is the soil from which curiosity grows, the wind that carries the seeds of wonder. It is the spark that lights the fire of discovery, the pull that draws us toward the edge of the familiar and into the wild unknown. Every answer we find is a doorway to a dozen more questions, each one opening onto a new landscape of possibility. What lies beyond the farthest star? What stirs in the depths of the sea? What dreams drift through the minds of creatures we have never met? These are not burdens, they are invitations, beckoning us to explore, to marvel, to lose ourselves in the vastness of what remains unseen. And yet, mystery is not distant. It is woven into the fabric of the everyday. It is the rhythm of a heartbeat we cannot explain, the fleeting beauty of a sunset that shifts with every glance, the quiet knowing that sometimes arrives without reason. In every leaf that falls, in every breeze that brushes the skin, there is a mystery waiting to be noticed, a small infinity tucked into the folds of the ordinary. This is the abundance of mystery. It does not hide from us, it surrounds us, an endless well of awe that refreshes the soul with every sip. To embrace mystery is to step into a dance with the unknown, to let go of the need to pin down every truth and instead allow the questions to carry us. It is a dance without steps, a song without words, a journey without a map, and yet it is never aimless, for mystery always leads us deeper into the heart of life. In its abundance, we find not confusion, but freedom, not fear, but wonder, not lack, but an overflowing richness that reminds us how much there is yet to discover. Life moves in circles, not lines, each ending a beginning, each beginning an echo of what came before. In the abundance of cycles, there is no scarcity of time, no finality to be feared, only the eternal turning of seasons, tides, and stars. This is the rhythm of the universe, a dance so ancient and so vast that it holds every moment within its gentle sway, a wheel that spins without breaking, carrying all things forward while folding them back into the whole. Think of the earth as it journeys around the sun. Winter fades into spring, spring blooms into summer, summer ripens into autumn, and autumn settles into winter once more. Each season is a chapter, complete in itself, yet inseparable from the others, a story that ends only to start again. The bare branches of a tree in frost are not a sign of loss, they are a promise of green to come. The fallen leaves that carpet the ground are not an end, they are nourishment for the soil, fuel for the next cycle of growth. In this turning, there is no waste, no lack, only an abundance that renews itself endlessly. This rhythm echoes beyond the earth, into the cosmos. Stars are born from clouds of dust, shine for eons, then collapse into themselves, scattering their essence to form new stars, new worlds. Oceans rise and fall with the pull of the moon, tides carving the shore only to reshape it again. Even the breath we take mirrors this cycle, air drawn in, air released, a quiet loop that sustains us without thought. In every cycle, there is abundance, not in holding on, but in letting go, trusting that what departs will return in a new form. And within these grand turnings lie smaller ones, the daily rounds that weave through our lives. Dawn breaks, day unfolds, dusk falls, night deepens, and dawn arrives again. Each sunrise is a gift, each night a rest, each moment a thread in the tapestry of time. Even in the smallest cycle, the flicker of a thought, the beat of a heart, there is a fullness, a completeness that carries the promise of more. This is the abundance of cycles, not in rushing toward an end, but in resting within the flow, knowing that every turn brings renewal. To live within cycles is to align with the heartbeat of existence, to see that nothing is truly lost, only transformed. The seed that falls into the earth does not mourn its shell, it becomes a flower. The river that flows into the sea does not vanish, it rises as rain. The day that fades into night does not disappear, it rests, waiting to be reborn. In this endless turning, there is no need to cling or fear, for the abundance of cycles ensures that all things find their place, their time, their return. In the gentle art of surrender lies an abundance so profound it defies the urge to grasp or control. Surrender is not defeat, it is release, a letting go that opens the hands to receive what was always meant to flow. It is the river trusting the pull of gravity, the leaf falling without resistance, the cloud dissolving into rain. In surrender, there is no struggle against the current, no battle with the unknown, only the quiet wealth of trust, a richness that grows when we stop holding tight and start letting be. Surrender is the soil where peace takes root. When we release the need to know every answer, to shape every outcome, we step into a space where possibilities bloom like wildflowers after storm. It is the moment when the mind quiets, the heart softens, and the spirit sighs, knowing it is held by something greater. Like a child falling asleep in a parent's arms, surrender cradles us in its abundance, whispering that we do not need to carry the world, it carries us. And yet, surrender is not passive, it is an active choice, a courageous opening to what is. It is the tree bending in the wind rather than breaking, the wave yielding to the shore only to rise again, the night embracing the stars without clinging to their light. In this yielding, there is strength, a resilience that comes from trusting the flow rather than resisting it. The abundance of surrender lies in its paradox. By letting go, we gain by releasing. We are filled by trusting. We are free. This abundance stretches beyond the self, into the weave of all things. When we surrender to the rhythm of life, to the cycles, the mysteries, the silences, we become part of the greater dance, no longer a solitary note, but a harmony within the whole. It is the rain giving itself to the river giving itself to the sea giving itself to the sky, a chain of surrender that sustains the world. In this giving, there is no loss, only an endless flow of plenty, a cycle of abundance that turns and turns without end. Beneath the surface of all we know lies the abundance of the unseen, a realm so vast it holds the roots of everything visible, a quiet kingdom of forces and whispers that shape the world without fanfare. The unseen is the breath of the wind before it stirs the leaves, the pull of the moon that moves the tides, the spark of life that animates a seed. It is not hidden, it is everywhere, a generous presence that offers its gifts without asking for recognition. Consider the roots of a great oak stretching deep into the earth. We see the trunk, the branches, the leaves swaying in the breeze, but it is the unseen roots that anchor it, drawing water and nourishment from the soil. Without them, the tree would wither, yet they toil in darkness, silent and steadfast, their abundance felt rather than seen. This is the way of the unseen. It does not shout its worth, it simply gives, sustaining all that rises above it. The unseen is the heartbeat of the universe, the pulse we feel but cannot touch. It is the gravity that holds planets in their dance, the light that travels from stars long gone, the energy that hums through every atom. It is the love that lingers in a room after a kind word, the hope that rises unbidden in a quiet moment, the strength that carries us through storms we cannot name. These are not things we can hold in our hands, yet they are real as the ground beneath our feet, and their abundance is infinite. And in the unseen lies the source of wonder, the magic that keeps the world alive with possibility. It is the dream that forms before we wake, the intuition that guides without explanation, the connection that binds us to others across time and space. We cannot map it, measure it, or claim it, yet it shapes us, a river of abundance flowing beneath the surface of our days. To trust in the unseen is to trust in life itself, to know that what we cannot see is often what holds us most securely. This abundance does not demand faith, it invites it, offering glimpses in the quiet moments when the world feels larger than we thought. It is the shadow that moves before the light, the echo that follows the sound, the stillness that precedes the dawn. In the unseen, there is no end to what might be, no limit to what flows through the cracks of the known, a vast, generous tide that lifts us without effort, carrying us toward shores we cannot yet imagine. These wells silence, mystery, cycles, surrender. The unseen are not separate streams. They are tributaries of the same great river, flowing together into the ocean of abundance that is life itself. They weave through the mind, the heart, the spirit, and the universe, threading the small into the vast, the fleeting into the eternal. In their harmony, there is no lack, no boundary, no moment when the flow ceases, only the quiet certainty that there is always more, always enough, always a new beginning waiting within the pause. This is the song of abundance, a melody that plays in the stillness, a rhythm that turns with the cycles, a harmony that rises from surrender, a depth that echoes in the unseen. It is not a song we must learn, it is one we already know, written into the fabric of our being, waiting for us to hear it. And as we listen, as we let its notes wash over us, we find that abundance is not something to chase. It is something to rest in, something to trust, something to be. The journey does not end here, it spirals onward, a circle without edges, a story without a final word. The abundance of silence leads us to mystery, mystery to cycles, cycles to surrender, surrender to the unseen, and the unseen back to silence, each turn revealing more of the infinite tapestry that surrounds us. And so we drift, carried by this gentle current, into the next chapter of the dream, where the wells of plenty deepen still, and the universe unfolds its quiet wonders without end. Abundance is not a prize to be won or a destination to reach. It is the quiet rhythm of existence, the soft breath that fills our lungs, the gentle light that spills across the edges of our days. It is not outside us, waiting to be claimed, but within us, woven into the fabric of our being, as natural as the tides, as constant as the stars. In this moment, we turn our gaze inward, wandering through the endless landscapes of the mind, the heart, and the spirit, three wells of infinite depth, each one a mirror reflecting the vastness of the other, each one a thread in the great tapestry of life. These are not distant realms, but living currents, flowing together, overlapping, harmonizing, carrying us ever deeper into the truth of who we are. Let us linger here, in this sacred space, and explore the abundance that unfolds when we simply allow ourselves to see. The mind is a garden, vast and untamed, its soil rich with the promise of growth. Every thought is a seed, tiny and unremarkable at first glance, yet brimming with the potential to become something extraordinary, a towering oak, a sprawling vine, a field of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. When we tend this garden with care, watering it with curiosity, and bathing it in the sunlight of wonder, these seeds take root, their tendrils stretching deep into the earth of imagination, their blossoms reaching toward the boundless sky of understanding. There is no end to this garden, no fence to mark its edges. It spills outward in every direction, a living testament to the mind's capacity to expand beyond what we believe possible. Think of a moment when a single idea flickered into being, a question, a daydream, a sudden spark of inspiration. Perhaps it was the wonder of a child gazing at the moon, asking why it glows, or the quiet realization of a weary traveler noticing how the road bends just so, revealing a view they'd never seen before. That one thought, small as it was, became a doorway, opening into a corridor of possibilities. From that seed grew branches, new questions, new dreams, new ways of seeing, and soon, what began as a whisper became a chorus, filling the mind with sound and color. This is the nature of mental abundance. It does not sit still. It does not shrink, it grows, unfurling like a fern in the first light of spring, each leaf revealing another layer of beauty. But the mind is more than a garden. It is a river, ceaseless and ever-flowing, carving paths through the landscape of our lives. Its waters are clear and deep, carrying ideas from one shore to another, connecting the scattered pieces of our experience into a cohesive whole. Drop a pebble into this river, a fleeting curiosity, a half-formed notion, and watch the ripples spread, touching places you never intended, stirring waters you didn't know were there. A single question about the stars might lead to a lifetime of stargazing. A passing thought about a melody might birth a song that echoes through generations. The mind's abundance lies in this movement, this endless flow that refuses to be contained. And yet, This river is not solitary, it joins others, merging with the streams of those around us. A conversation with a friend becomes a confluence where two currents blend, creating something richer, stronger, more vibrant. A story shared over a flickering fire, a lesson passed from teacher to student, a dream whispered in the dark. These are the tributaries that feed the mind's abundance, reminding us that our thoughts do not grow in isolation. They are part of a greater watershed, a network of rivers that crisscross the earth, each one adding to the depth and breadth of the whole. In this sharing, the mind finds its truest wealth, not in hoarding knowledge, but in letting it flow freely, trusting that what is given away returns in waves of insight and connection. The abundance of the mind is not just in what it creates, but in how it perceives. When we look at the world through the lens of plenty, we see richness where others see lack, beauty where others see the mundane. The rustle of leaves in the wind becomes a symphony. The pattern of rain on a window becomes a painting. The laughter of a stranger becomes a thread tying us to the human story. These are not grand revelations, yet they are treasures, small miracles that the abundant mind gathers like a child collecting stones along a shore. Each one is a gift, a reminder that the world is alive with meaning, waiting to be noticed. Consider the way a sunrise unfolds, not with fanfare, but with quiet grace, its colors bleeding into one another, soft pinks melting into gold, then deepening into the blue of day. The mind that seeks abundance lingers here, not rushing past, but resting in the moment, drinking in the hues, the stillness, the promise of what's to come. It does not demand more. It sees that what is already there is enough, more than enough, a feast for the senses and the soul. This is the mind's quiet power, to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, to find wealth in simplicity, to weave a story from the threads of the everyday. And still, the mind stretches further, beyond the garden, beyond the river, beyond the lens of the present moment. It is an explorer, forever seeking the next horizon, knowing that each one reached reveals another in the distance. There is no final answer, no last discovery, only the endless unfolding of questions, each one a lantern lighting the way forward. The mind that embraces this abundance does not fear the unknown, it welcomes it, stepping into the shadows with a quiet trust that there is always more to see, more to learn, more to become. This is the legacy of the mind's abundance. It does not end with us. An idea born today might sleep for years, only to awaken in another's thoughts, carried forward like a seed on the wind. A poem written in solitude might one day comfort a stranger. A theory scribbled in haste might shift the course of history. The mind's wealth is timeless, its ripples reaching shores we may never visit, touching lives we may never know. And in this, it finds its fullest expression, not in what it holds, but in what it sets free, a gift to the world that echoes through the ages. If the mind is a garden and a river, the heart is a fountain, its waters rising from a source too deep to fathom, spilling over in streams of love, compassion, and connection. This fountain does not measure what it gives. It simply flows, generous and unceasing, its abundance growing with every drop shared. Love is not a commodity to be rationed. It is a force that multiplies flame that brightens with each new wicket lights. The heart knows this truth instinctively. The more it gives, the fuller it becomes, its capacity expanding like the sky at dusk, vast and limitless. A moment of pure connection, a parent cradling a newborn, their eyes meeting in silent recognition, a bond forming that no words can capture. In that instant, the heart swells, making room for a love so immense it feels like the universe itself has taken root within. And yet, this love does not diminish the heart's ability to care for others. It enriches it, as if the act of loving one deepens the well for all. A friend's quiet presence, a partner's gentle touch, a stranger's fleeting kindness. These are the waters that feed the fountain, keeping it alive, keeping it overflowing. But the heart's abundance is not only in these grand moments. It is in the small, tender acts that ripple outward, touching lives in ways we cannot always see. A hand resting on a shoulder in a moment of grief, a warm meal shared with a neighbor, a word of praise offered without agenda. These are the droplets that sustain the heart's flow, simple yet profound. They do not shout their worth, yet they carry a quiet power, softening the edges of the world, reminding us that we are not alone. This abundance shines brightest in the connections we build, the relationships that anchor us to one another. Every bond, whether a fleeting encounter or a lifelong tie, is a thread in the heart's tapestry, each one adding depth and color to the whole. A shared laugh over a meal, a tear shed in a moment of vulnerability, a silence held in perfect understanding. These are the stitches that bind us, creating a fabric so strong it can hold the weight of joy and sorrow alike. The heart does not tire of weaving, it delights in it, finding richness in every new thread, every new pattern that emerges. And this tapestry is not static, it grows, evolving with each connection, each memory, each moment of togetherness. A childhood friend's voice, long unheard, brings a rush of warmth. A stranger's story, shared in passing, lingers like a melody. A community gathering around a common cause weaves a bond that time cannot unravel. The heart's abundance is in this multiplicity, this ability to hold so many threads without breaking, to love so many without running dry. It is a loom that never stops, its work a living testament to the power of belonging. Yet the heart's abundance is not without its shadows. There are seasons when it feels heavy, burdened by loss or pain, as if the fountain has slowed, its waters pooling rather than flowing. A goodbye spoken too soon, a dream deferred, a wound that lingers, these can cloud the heart, dimming its light. But even here, abundance persists. The heart does not empty, it adapts, carving new channels through the stone of hardship, finding its way back to fullness. Like a river after a storm, it may shift its course, but it does not cease. It flows on, clearer and stronger for the trials it has endured. In these moments, the heart reveals its deepest wealth, the capacity to heal, to forgive, to begin again. A scar becomes a story, a tear becomes a seed, and what was broken becomes a bridge to something new. The heart that has known sorrow knows joy more fully, its fountain enriched by the depths it has plumbed. This is the paradox of its abundance, not in avoiding pain, but in embracing it, letting it soften the edges, letting it teach the language of compassion. And so, the heart's truest treasure is not in what it holds, but in what it shares. Love is a currency that grows with spending, a gift that enriches both giver and receiver. An embrace warms two souls, a kind deed lifts two spirits, a connection binds two lives into a greater whole. The heart that gives freely is never poor, it is always full, its fountain replenished by the act of pouring out. This is the abundance of the heart, a love that knows no end, a generosity that knows no bounds, a force that circles back, deeper and richer with every turn. Beyond the mind's garden and the heart's fountain lies the abundance of the spirit, a realm so expansive it defies numbing, so deep it eludes grasping. The spirit is the sky within us, vast and unchanging, a canopy of stillness that holds all things without effort. Clouds of doubt or fear may drift across its surface, but they do not diminish it, they pass, and the sky remains, eternal and whole. This is the wellspring of all abundance, the quiet source from which the mind's ideas and the heart's love draw their strength. A presence so subtle it is often overlooked, yet so profound it sustains us through every breath. Stand for a moment on the edge of a quiet lake at dawn, the water a mirror for the sky above, the air cool and still. In that silence, there is a feeling not of doing, but of being, a connection to the earth beneath your feet, the light breaking over the horizon, the pulse of life that hums through all things. This is the spirit's abundance, not an action, but an essence, a knowing that we are part of something greater, something timeless, something that holds us even when we cannot hold ourselves. The spirit is like the night sky, dark and infinite, yet studded with stars, each one a glimmer of hope, a spark of possibility, a light that shines through the deepest shadows. These stars are the dreams we carry, the truths we sense without words, the quiet joys that rise unbidden in the stillness. The spirit does not strain to hold them, it simply does, its vastness a cradle for all that we are and all that we might become. And just as the sky stretches beyond our sight, the spirit reaches beyond our understanding, a mystery that invites us not to solve it, but to rest in it. This abundance is not something we earn, it is our inheritance, woven into us from the first breath. It is the peace that settles over us like mist on a meadow, the certainty that comes not from proof, but from presence, the belonging that whispers we are never truly alone. The spirit does not shout its gifts, it offers them quietly, like the glow of a lantern in a darkened room, steady and sure, waiting for us to notice. In a world of motion and noise, the spirit's abundance is an anchor, a place of rest that does not waver. It is the mountain standing silent against the wind, the tree rooted deep in the earth, the ocean breathing its tides without haste. When the mind races or the heart aches, the spirit remains, a lighthouse calling us back to center, reminding us that beneath the waves, there is calm, beneath the storm, there is clarity. This is its gift, not to erase the chaos, but to hold us through it, a steady hand in the dark. Pause for a moment and feel the stillness, perhaps in the space between breaths, or the hush that follows a sigh. It is not empty, it is full, brimming with a quiet power that needs no words, no proof. The spirit's abundance is in this fullness, this knowing that we are enough, that we have always been enough, that there is no need to chase what is already ours. Like a seed resting in the soil, waiting for spring, the spirit waits within us, patient and whole, ready to unfold when we are ready to see. And yet, the Spirit's abundance is not solitary. It is the thread that ties us to the whole. It is the pulse we feel in the rustle of leaves, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the rhythm of another's breath beside us. When we listen to this pulse, we hear the song of the earth, the hum of insects in the grass, the sigh of waves against the shore, the chatter of birds at dawn, and we know that we are part of it, woven into its melody. The Spirit connects us to the stars that birthed us, the dust that will claim us, the countless lives that dance alongside our own. This is the Spirit's deepest wealth. The understanding that we are not separate, not islands adrift, but currents in a single stream, notes in a single song. A child's laughter, a stranger's sorrow, the flight of a bird across the sky, these are not apart from us, but within us, reflections of the same light. The Spirit knows this unity, and in its knowing, it finds peace, a peace that spills over, softening the edges of our days, reminding us that abundance is not ours alone, but shared, a gift that grows in the giving. There is no end to the Spirit's abundance, no final chord, only the eternal dance of being, a cycle that turns and turns, each step a revelation. The Spirit does not cling to yesterday or reach for tomorrow. It rests in the now, where all plenty lives. It is the dew on the grass at sunrise, the shadow of a cloud on a hillside, the quiet of a night without wind moments, so fleeting they seem insignificant, yet so full they hold the weight of forever. And as we align with this rhythm, as we let the Spirit's wisdom guide us, we too find that fullness, that rest, that sense of being held by something vast and gentle. These three, the mind, the heart, the Spirit, are not separate rivers, but a single sea, their waters mingling in a dance of endless harmony. The mind's curiosity ignites the heart's passion. The heart's love deepens the Spirit's peace. The Spirit's wisdom steadies the mind's wanderings. Together, they form a symphony, each note distinct yet part of the whole, each melody lifting the others higher. In this interplay, there is no lack, only the quiet certainty that abundance is not a thing to grasp, but a state to inhabit, a truth to remember. The mind dreams a world of possibility, and the heart steps into it, weaving connections that make it real. The Spirit watches, a silent witness, grounding both in the timeless now. A thought becomes a kindness becomes a stillness becomes a new thought, and so the cycle turns, a spiral of plenty that draws us ever inward, ever outward. This is the song of abundance, a melody that plays through every breath, every beat, every moment we choose to listen. And so we stand within this tapestry, mind, heart, and Spirit weaving together, thread by thread, a pattern too vast to see in full, yet too beautiful to doubt. The abundance of the mind opens our eyes. The abundance of the heart opens our arms. The abundance of the Spirit opens our souls. Together, they remind us that we are not here to take, but to give, not to shrink, but to grow, not to end, but to begin again and again and again. The journey does not stop, it flows onward, a river without banks, a sky without edges, a heart without limits. The wells of abundance deepen with each step, their waters rising to meet us, their currents carrying us toward the next unfolding, the next wonder, the next quiet truth. And as we drift, held by this gentle tide, we find that abundance is not a gift we seek. It is a gift we are, a light we carry, a song we sing, now and always, into the endless dawn. Abundance is not a distant shore or a fleeting spark. It is the quiet current that runs through all things, the soft hum that underlies the universe, the gentle breath that fills the spaces between. It is not something to chase or hold tight. It is something to rest in, a river that carries us without effort, a light that glows without strain. In this flow of words, we drift through the endless stream of life's plenty, where every ripple speaks of possibility, every whisper hints at fullness, every moment unfolds into more. This is not a journey of striving, but of settling into the truth that abundance is already here, woven into the fabric of existence, as natural as the dawn, as steady as the tides. The flow of life is like a river winding through a vast valley, its waters smooth and unhurried, moving with a grace that needs no force. This river does not pause to question its path. It simply goes, bending around stones, slipping through narrow places, pooling in quiet bends before spilling forward again. In its movement, there is no lack. Every twist and turn is part of its dance, every shift a step in its song. The water does not worry about running dry. It trusts the rain that falls, the springs that rise, the snow that melts from distant peaks. And so it flows, generous and free, offering itself to the earth, the trees, the creatures that dip their heads to drink. This is abundance, not in the rush to arrive, but in the steady rhythm of being, a rhythm that carries all things along its gentle course. That flow touches everything, not just the grand rivers or the wide oceans, but the smallest streams too, the trickles that seep from mossy rocks, the dewdrops that cling to blades of grass, the soft rain that taps against leaves in the night. Each one is a thread in the great weave, a note in the quiet melody of plenty. The trickle joins the stream feeds the river meets the sea, and the sea rises as vapor to begin again. Nothing is lost in this cycle. Every drop finds its place. Every movement adds to the whole. Even the tiniest bead of water holds the promise of more, a single spark of life that reflects the vastness of the world. This is the way of abundance. It does not shout its presence. It simply flows, threading through the days and nights, linking the small to the infinite. And within this flow, there is a softness, a letting be that needs no effort. The wind does not strain to move the branches. It brushes past, and they sway. The sun does not labor to warm the earth. It shines, and the ground drinks in its light. The stars do not fight to hold their place in the sky. They rest there, glowing steady and sure. This softness is abundance too, a gentle unfolding that happens without push or pull, a natural ease that fills the world with quiet plenty. Life moves like this when we let it, like a leaf carried on a breeze, drifting light and free, landing where it will without resistance. There is no need to force the current. It knows the way, bending and turning, always finding its path. Trust sits at the heart of this flow, a quiet anchor that holds steady beneath the waves. It is the root that keeps the tree standing through the storm, the deep knowing that the river will reach the sea, the soft certainty that the night will give way to dawn. Trust is not loud. It does not demand proof. or shout its strength. It is a whisper, a nudge, a feeling that settles in the bones, like the earth trusting the seasons to turn, or the seed trusting the soil to cradle it. Trust opens the door to abundance, letting it spill in without question. It is the hand that releases the rope, the breath that softens into sleep, the step that moves forward without seeing the ground ahead. This trust is not blind. It is born from the patterns of life, the steady ways of the world. The tide rises and falls. The moon waxes and wanes. The trees shed their leaves only to grow them anew. Over and over, life shows its rhythm, its promise that what fades returns, that what rests rises again. A flower does not doubt the sun will come. It turns its face upward, waiting, and the light arrives. A bird does not fear the wind will fail. It spreads its wings, and the air lifts it high. This is the abundance of trust, not in forcing certainty, but in resting within it, knowing that the world bends toward good, that the flow carries what is needed, that the pieces fall into place when the time is right, and trust grows deeper when we see how it weaves through all things. The river trusts the rain trusts the clouds trust the wind, and the wind trusts the earth to catch what falls. Every part leans on the other, a quiet dance of reliance that keeps the whole alive. A single thread pulled loose does not unravel the tapestry, it simply shifts, the weave adjusting, the pattern holding strong. This is the richness of trust. It does not stand alone. It binds us to the greater song, a song that plays on even when one note fades. To trust is to join that song, to let the melody carry us, to know that our part fits within the harmony, even when we cannot hear the whole. Simplicity flows from this trust, a clear stream that washes away the clutter and leaves only what matters. Life can feel heavy when we pile it with too many wants, too many worries, too many plans stacked like stones until they block the light. But simplicity is a gentle wind, lifting the weight, clearing the sky. It is the single flower blooming through the crack in the stone, the lone bird singing at dusk, the quiet moment when the noise falls away and the world feels soft again. This is abundance, not in having more, but in needing less, in finding fullness in the small, the plain, the true. A tree does not need a forest to stand tall. It grows where it is, its roots deep, its branches wide, its presence enough. A star does not need a galaxy to shine. It glows alone, steady and bright, its light reaching far. Simplicity is like this. It strips away the extra and reveals the core, the quiet strength that was there all along. A cup of water on a warm day, a kind word when the heart is low, a breath taken slow and deep. These are not grand things, yet they hold a richness that fills the soul. The world offers this simplicity every day, the rustle of leaves, the warmth of the sun, the stillness of the night. And in its offering, there is plenty, a wealth that does not fade with time. This simplicity is a return, a shedding of layers until we stand bare and whole. The river does not carry gold, it carries water, yet it sustains all life. The wind does not bring treasures, it brings air, yet it moves the world. Abundance lives here in the uncluttered spaces, where what is real shines clear and bright. A life built on simple things, a shared meal, a walk beneath the stars, a moment of quiet becomes a life rich beyond measure. not because it demands more, but because it sees the value in what already is. This is the secret of simplicity. It does not shrink us, it frees us, opening the door to a fullness that needs no adornment. Presence flows naturally from this simplicity, a soft settling into the now that feels like coming home. The world is alive in every moment, the breeze stirring the grass, the shadow of a cloud drifting across the hill, the distant call of a bird threading through the air. These are not things to pass by, they are gifts, small sparks of plenty that light the day. When we rest in them, when we let them be, the moment stretches wide, a canvas painted with the colors of life, a space where abundance unfolds without effort. The past is a shadow that fades with the light, the future a mist that clears with the dawn. What remains is this, the quiet pulse of the present, the heartbeat of all that is. A leaf falls slow and steady, landing where it will, its journey complete in that single arc. A wave laps against the shore, its sound a rhythm that needs no end. These are the notes of presence, the threads that weave the now into something full and whole. To linger here is to find abundance, not in what was or what might be, but in what is, a richness that fills the senses, a peace that settles deep. And presence is not loud, it is soft, a whisper that hums beneath the surface. The sun rises without hurry, its light spilling over the earth in a slow, golden wave. The night falls without rush, its stars winking into view one by one. Life breathes in this tempo, a steady rise and fall that carries no strain. When we align with it, when we let the moment hold us, we step into its abundance, a fullness that does not demand, a quiet that does not fade. The world becomes a mirror, reflecting back the plenty that was always there, waiting for us to see. Renewal rises from this presence, a quiet promise that runs through all things. The earth does not tire of turning. Each dawn is a new beginning. Each dusk, a gentle close that leads to another rise. The trees do not mourn their fallen leaves, they let them go, knowing the branches will green again. The river does not cling to its water, it releases it to the sea, trusting the rain to fill it once more. This is the abundance of renewal, not in holding on, but in letting be, in trusting the cycle that turns endings into beginnings, shadows into light. Every night the sky darkens, and every morning it brightens over and over, a rhythm that never fails. The moon wanes to nothing, then waxes full, its glow reborn without effort. The seasons spin their wheel, winter's rest giving way to spring's bloom, summer's warmth fading into autumn's harvest, then circling back to rest again. This is not a struggle, it is a flow, a dance of renewal that keeps the world alive. Even the smallest things follow this pattern. The flower that fades leaves a seed. The rain that falls returns as mist. The breath we release comes back anew. Nothing ends in this dance. It transforms, shifting shape, finding new life in the quiet turn of time. And this renewal is not just in the world, it is within us too. A heavy day lifts with the dawn. A quiet night softens the edges of what came before. A single step forward begins a new path. The heart that bends under sorrow finds its strength again. The mind that clouds with doubt clears with rest. The spirit that dims in shadow glows once more. This is the abundance of renewal, a well that never runs dry, a spring that rises fresh and clear, a promise that what fades will bloom again, brighter for the rest it is known, the flow of life, the trust that holds it, the simplicity that clears it, the presence that fills it, the renewal that sustains it. These are not separate streams, but one great river, winding through the days and nights, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of abundance. This river does not rush, it meanders, its waters smooth and steady, its course sure without strain. The wind joins its song, brushing past with a sigh. The stars add their light, glowing soft and far. The earth lends its strength, solid beneath the flow. Together, they weave a harmony that needs no words, a melody that plays on and on, threading through the quiet spaces, filling them with gentle plenty. And this harmony is not a thing to grasp. It is a thing to rest in, a current to drift with, a light to bask in. The river flows without end, its waters spilling into the sea only to rise as rain, falling back to the earth to begin again. The wind moves without cease, its breath stirring the world into motion, then circling back to stir it anew. The stars shine without pause, their glow reaching across time, lighting the way for all who look up. This is the abundance of existence, not in its grandeur, but in its quiet, not in its speed, but in its steadiness, not in its noise, but in its hush. The world turns, and with each turn, there is more and more light to see, more air to breathe, more moments to hold. The leaf that falls becomes the soil becomes the root becomes the tree, and the tree becomes the leaf again, a circle that spins without breaking, a song that sings without stopping. The tide pulls back, then rolls in, the sun dips low, then climbs high, the night deepens, then fades to day, over and over, a rhythm that cradles all things, a flow that carries all life. This is the abundance we swim in, a sea without shores, a sky without edges, a truth without end. And as this river flows, it gathers all it touches, the rustle of grass, the murmur of water, the sigh of the breeze, the glow of the stars, blending them into a single stream, a single breath, a single pulse. The earth drinks it in, the air carries it far, the light bathes it bright, and the quiet holds it close. There is no part left out, no piece too small. Every drop, every whisper, every flicker fits within the whole, adding to its richness, deepening its song. This is the way of abundance. It does not divide, it unites, weaving the many into the one, the fleeting into the forever. The flow does not falter, it bends, it shifts. It finds its way through every crack and curve, every dip and rise. The trust does not waver, it roots deep, it stands firm. It holds steady through every storm and calm. The simplicity does not fade, it shines clear. It strips bare. It reveals the heart of what is. The presence does not drift, it settles in. It lingers soft. It fills the now with gentle weight. The renewal does not tire, it turns again. It rises fresh. It promises more with every close. Together, they are the endless stream, the quiet plenty, the limitless well that runs through all things, carrying us along its gentle tide. And so we drift, held by this current, wrapped in this light, cradled by this song. The river does not ask us to paddle, it carries us, smooth and sure, its waters warm and deep. The wind does not push us, it lifts us, soft and free, its breath a whisper against the skin. The stars do not blind us, they guide us, steady and far, their glow a comfort in the dark. The earth does not shift beneath us, it holds us, solid and still, its strength a quiet gift. This is the abundance we rest in, not a thing to seek, but a thing to feel, not a place to find, but a place to be. The stream flows on, threading through the night, spilling into the dawn, weaving through the days and seasons, the years and ages, the moments and eternities. It does not stop, it turns, it bends, it rises and falls, always moving, always full. The trust grows deeper, rooting into the earth, reaching toward the sky, steady through every change. The simplicity glows brighter, clearing the haze, lighting the way, soft and true. The presence hums louder, filling the air, settling the soul, rich and calm. The renewal spins wider, circling back, blooming anew, endless and sure. And in this flow, this trust, this simplicity, this presence, this renewal, there is abundance, quiet, vast, eternal. The thread of this stream does not break, it weaves onward, a ribbon of light through the dark, a whisper of plenty through the silence, a promise of more through the stillness. It carries us gently, its waters smooth against the edges of our being, its rhythm a lullaby that needs no end. And as it flows, as it turns, as it rises and falls, it sings of the boundless, the timeless, the whole, a song that drifts into the quiet spaces, filling them with soft, endless possibility, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of what is, what was, what will always be. Abundance is not a fleeting wave or a distant echo. It is the steady tide that washes through all things, the soft glow that settles over the world, the quiet rhythm that hums beneath every breath. It is not a thing to grasp or a goal to reach. It is a presence to drift within, a current that moves without hurry, a light that shines without force. In this gentle stream of words, we float through the boundless plenty of life, where every moment ripples with fullness, every whisper carries possibility, every pause blooms into more. This is not a path of effort, but of ease, easing into the truth that abundance surrounds us, flows through us, holds us, as natural as the wind, as timeless as the sea. Patience is a quiet river, its waters smooth and deep, winding through the earth with a grace that knows no rush. This river does not push against the stones in its path, it glides around them, shaping them slowly, softening their edges over time. Its flow is steady, unhurried, trusting that it will reach the sea when the moment is right. The trees along its banks do not stretch their branches in haste. They grow tall and wide, year by year, their roots sinking deeper with each passing season. The sky above does not rush the clouds, it lets them drift, their shapes unfolding in a dance that needs no end. This is the abundance of patience, not in speeding toward what's next, but in resting within what is, a fullness that comes from letting life unfold at its own pace. That river of patience runs through everything, threading its way through the smallest corners of the world. The flower does not bloom the moment its bud forms, it waits, gathering strength from the sun, sipping water from the soil, until its petals open soft and sure. The moon does not leap to fullness, it waxes night by night, its light growing gentle and slow, a glow that builds without strain. The tide does not crash in all at once. It rolls in, then out, then in again, a rhythm that speaks of trust in the long arc of time. This patience is not a lack, it is a richness, a well that deepens with every quiet turn, a stream that carries more because it does not force its way. And in this patience, there is a softness, a stillness that cradles all things. The wind does not howl every day, it breezes past, light and free, stirring the grass when it will. The stars do not blaze without pause, they glow steady, their light a constant hum across the vast dark. The earth does not shift in a single breath, it turns slow and sure, its days blending into nights, its seasons circling without haste. This softness is abundance too, a gentle unfolding that fills the world with plenty, a calm that settles deep into the bones. Life flows like this when we let it, like a feather falling through the air, drifting without resistance, landing where it belongs. Wonder follows this patience, a soft light that spills across the sky like dawn breaking over the hills. It is the quiet awe of a world that never stops giving, the endless stretch of stars above, the countless grains of sand below, the ceaseless murmur of waves against the shore. This wonder does not demand answers, it rests in questions, in the vastness of what lies beyond the edge of knowing. The night sky glows with points of light, each one a spark from a time too far to measure, each one a whisper of something greater. The ocean hums with depths no eye has seen, its waters alive with secrets that shift and sway. This is the abundance of wonder, not in solving the mystery, but in bathing in it, a richness that grows the longer we linger. That wonder threads through the smallest things too, a quiet glow that lights the ordinary. The dew on a leaf catches the first rays of morning, turning a single drop into a prism of color. The shadow of a bird flits across the ground, a fleeting dance that shifts with the sun. The rustle of leaves in a breeze carries a sound that feels like a song, soft and fleeting, yet full of life. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the air, a beauty that needs no name. The world offers this wonder every day, the arc of a rainbow after rain, the flicker of a firefly in the dusk, the stillness of snow falling through the night. And in its offering, there is plenty, a treasure that does not fade. And wonder is not loud, it is gentle, a whisper that brushes against the edges of thought. The stars do not shout their stories, they glow, steady and far, their light a gift across the ages. The wind does not roar its path it sighs, weaving through the trees, carrying scents of earth and bloom. The sea does not boast its depths, it murmurs, its waves a rhythm that soothes without force. This gentleness is abundance too, a quiet marvel that fills the spaces between, a light that glows without burning, a song that plays without end. To rest in wonder is to find a fullness that needs no explanation, a richness that hums in the stillness. Balance flows from this wonder, a steady hand that holds the world in place, a soft sway that keeps the tides even. It is the tree standing tall against the wind, its roots deep, its branches bending just enough to hold. It is the sky blending day into night, light into dark, a harmony that shifts without breaking. It is the river meeting the sea, its fresh waters mingling with salt, a meeting that sustains both. This balance is not a fight, it is a dance, a rhythm that moves without strain, a fullness that comes from knowing when to rise and when to rest. The world breathes in this balance, a quiet pulse that runs through all things. The sun does not burn too long it sets, giving way to the cool of night, then rises again to warm the earth. The moon does not glow without pause, it wanes, then waxes, its light a cycle that cradles the tides. The seasons do not linger too far, they turn, each one stepping aside for the next, a circle that keeps the whole alive. This is the abundance of balance, not in holding one thing above another, but in weaving them together, a richness that grows from the interplay of all parts. And balance is not rigid, it is fluid, a soft give and take that adjusts with the flow. The bird does not fight the breeze, it rides it, its wings tilting to catch the air. The wave does not crash against the shore, it rolls in, then pulls back, a motion that shapes without breaking. The tree does not resist the storm, it sways, its trunk firm, its leaves trembling, yet whole. This fluidity is abundance too, a gentle strength that holds without gripping, a harmony that fills without forcing. Life settles into this balance when we let it, like a stone resting in the riverbed, smoothed by the current, steady in its place. Gratitude rises from this balance, a quiet tide that washes over the heart, a soft glow that lights the world from within. It is the gentle nod to the rain that falls, the warmth of the sun that follows, the stillness of the night that wraps around us. This gratitude does not count its blessings like coins, it feels them, a weight that settles deep, a warmth that spreads wide. The air we breathe, the ground we walk, the stars that guide us, these are not things to take for granted, but gifts that hum with quiet plenty, a richness that fills the days and nights. That tide of gratitude flows through everything, threading its way through the smallest moments. The bird's song at dawn, a soft trill that breaks the silence, carries a beauty that needs no return. The shadow of a cloud drifting across the hill, cool and fleeting, offers a rest that asks for nothing. The rustle of grass in the wind, a whisper that dances through the air, brings a peace that lingers long after it fades. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that softens the edges, a fullness that needs no measure. The world pours out this plenty every day, the glow of dusk, the scent of rain, the quiet of a leaf falling slow, and in its pouring, there is abundance, a treasure that grows the more we notice. And gratitude is not forced, it is natural, a soft hum that rises without effort. The flower does not thank the sun, it turns toward it, its petals wide, its colors bright. The river does not praise the rain, it flows, its waters full, its path sure. The stars do not honor the night, they shine, their light steady, their glow a gift. This naturalness is abundance too, a quiet joy that fills without striving, a light that warms without burning, a song that soothes without strain. To rest in gratitude is to find a fullness that needs no words, a richness that glows in the stillness. Unity flows from this gratitude, a quiet thread that ties all things together, a soft weave that holds the world as one. It is the tree sharing its roots with the soil feeding the grass cradling the dew. It is the wind lifting the bird, the bird scattering the seed growing into the flower. It is the river joining the sea rising as clouds, the clouds falling as rain. This unity is not a thing apart. It is the heartbeat of life, a rhythm that runs through every leaf, every wave, every star, a fullness that comes from knowing we are not alone. The world sings this unity, a quiet chorus that blends all voices into one. The rustle of leaves joins the murmur of water. The sigh of the breeze blends with the call of the bird. The glow of the stars mingles with the dark of the night. Each sound, each light, each breath fits within the whole, a harmony that needs no leader, a song that plays without end. This is the abundance of unity, not in standing apart, but in standing together, a richness that grows from the weave of all things. And unity is not loud, it is gentle, a whisper that hums beneath the surface. The roots do not boast their hold, they reach, quiet and deep, linking tree to earth. The waves do not shout their dance, they roll soft and sure, tying shore to sea. The stars do not claim their place, they glow, steady and far, threading light through the dark. This gentleness is abundance too, a quiet strength that binds without breaking, a harmony that fills without forcing. Life settles into this unity when we let it, like a drop merging with the ocean, small yet whole, part of the vast. The patience that waits, the wonder that marvels, the balance that holds, the gratitude that warms, the unity that weaves. These are not separate tides, but one great sea, washing through the world, carrying us along its gentle swell. This sea does not rush, it drifts, its waters smooth and deep, its rhythm steady without strain. The wind joins its breath, brushing past with a sigh. The stars add their glow, shining soft and far. The earth lends its weight, solid beneath the flow. Together, they weave a harmony that needs no words, a melody that hums on and on, threading through the quiet spaces, filling them with gentle plenty. And this harmony is not a thing to chase, it is a thing to rest in, a tide to drift with, a light to bask in. The sea flows without end, its waters spilling into the sky only to fall as rain, washing back to the earth to begin again. The wind moves without cease, its breath stirring the world into motion, then circling back to stir it anew. The stars shine without pause, their glow reaching across time, lighting the way for all who drift beneath. This is the abundance of existence, not in its rush, but in its calm, not in its clamor, but in its hush, not in its end, but in its turning. The world spins, and with each spin, there is more light to feel, more air to breathe, more moments to drift through. The leaf that sways becomes the wind becomes the cloud becomes the rain becomes the leaf again, a circle that turns without breaking, a song that sings without stopping. The tide pulls back, then rolls in, the sun dips low, then climbs high, the night deepens, then fades to day, over and over, a rhythm that cradles all things, a flow that carries all life. This is the abundance we float within, a sea without end, a sky without bounds, a truth without close. And as this sea washes on, it gathers all it touches, the rustle of trees, the murmur of waves, the sigh of the wind, the glow of the stars, blending them into a single tide, a single breath, a single hum. The earth drinks it in, the air carries it far, the light bathes it soft, and the quiet holds it close. There is no part left out, no piece too small. Every ripple, every whisper, every flicker fits within the whole, adding to its richness, deepening its song. This is the way of abundance. It does not scatter, it gathers, weaving the many into the one, the fleeting into the forever. The tide does not falter, it bends, it shifts. It finds its way through every curve and hollow, every rise and fall. The patience does not waver, it roots deep, it stands firm. It holds steady through every weight and bloom. The wonder does not fade, it shines clear, it stretches wide. It reveals the vastness of what is. The balance does not tip, it settles in. It sways soft. It fills the space with gentle weight. The gratitude does not dim, it glows warm. It washes deep. It promises more with every nod. The unity does not break, it binds close. It weaves sure. It ties the world into one. Together, they are the endless tide, the quiet plenty, the limitless sea that runs through all things, carrying us along its gentle swell. And so we float, held by this tide, wrapped in this glow, cradled by this hum. The sea does not ask us to swim, it carries us, smooth and sure, its waters warm and deep. The wind does not push us, it lifts us, soft and free, its breath a whisper through the air. The stars do not blind us, they guide us, steady and far, their glow a comfort in the night. The earth does not shift beneath us, it holds us, solid and still, its strength a quiet gift. This is the abundance we rest in, not a thing to seek, but a thing to feel, not a place to find, but a place to be. The tide flows on, threading through the dark, spilling into the light, weaving through the moments and seasons, the cycles and ages, the breaths and eternities. It does not stop, it turns, it bends, it rises and falls, always moving, always full. The patience grows deeper, rooting into the earth, reaching toward the sky, steady through every shift. The wonder glows brighter, clearing the haze, lighting the way, soft and vast. The balance hums louder, filling the air, settling the soul, rich and calm. The gratitude spins wider, circling back, blooming anew, endless and warm. The unity weaves tighter, threading through, holding close, boundless and sure. And in this patience, this wonder, this balance, this gratitude, this unity, there is abundance, quiet, vast, eternal. The thread of this tide does not snap, it drifts onward, a ribbon of light through the dusk, a whisper of plenty through the hush, a promise of more through the calm. It carries us gently, its waters smooth against the edges of our being, its rhythm a lullaby that needs no close. And as it flows, as it turns, as it rises and falls, it sings of the boundless, the timeless, the whole, a song that washes into the quiet spaces, filling them with soft, endless possibility, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of what is, what was, what will always be. Abundance is not a fleeting whisper or a distant shore. It is the endless flow that courses through all things, the soft light that bathes the world in quiet glow, the gentle pulse that beats beneath every moment. It is not a prize to seek or a burden to carry. It is a presence to drift within, a tide that lifts without effort, a warmth that settles without force. In this long, unbroken stream of words, we float through the vast expanse of life's plenty, where every breath hums with fullness, every silence brims with possibility, every ripple carries the promise of more. This is not a journey of strain, but of release, releasing into the truth that abundance is everywhere, always. A river that runs deep and wide, a sky that stretches far and free, a song that plays soft and forever. Resilience is a forest standing tall through the seasons, its trees rooted deep in the earth, their branches swaying with the wind, yet never breaking. The storm may come, its gusts howling through the canopy, its rain soaking the soil, but the forest does not falter, it bends, it holds, it grows stronger where the pressure touches. Each trunk bears the marks of past winds, each root digs deeper from the weight, each leaf falls only to make way for new green. This is the abundance of resilience, not in avoiding the storm, but in rising through it, a quiet strength that turns the rough into the smooth, the broken into the whole. That forest stretches across the hills, its trees whispering to one another in the breeze, their roots threading through the ground, linking one to the next. The oak stands firm, its bark thick from years of weathering, its branches wide from decades of reaching. The pine sways soft, its needles dropping slow and steady, its scent a gift to the air. The birch leans light, its white trunk glowing in the dusk, its leaves a flutter of gold in the fall. Each tree is different, yet each is part of the same weave, a tapestry of life that holds steady through the cold of winter, the heat of summer, the storms of spring, the quiet of autumn. This resilience is not loud, it is steady, a hum that runs through the roots, a glow that lingers in the leaves, a fullness that deepens with every turn of the year. And resilience is not just in the grand stands of trees, it is in the smallest sprigs too, the tender shoots that push through the soil after a fire, the moss that clings to the rock after a flood, the grass that bends beneath the frost, only to rise again with the thaw. The sprout does not question its place. It grows, its green tip breaking the earth, its thin stem reaching for the light. The moss does not mourn the water that swept it, it spreads, its soft blanket covering the stone, its quiet life a testament to what endures. The grass does not fight the cold, it waits, its blade still, its roots alive, ready to green when the sun returns. This is the abundance of resilience, not in its size, but in its persistence, a wealth that flows through the small and the vast, a strength that softens the edges of time. That strength flows like a river through the forest, its waters winding past the roots, carrying life to every corner. The river does not stop when the rains fade, it runs steady, its current smooth, its path sure. The stones in its bed do not halt it, they shape it, their edges worn soft by the years, their surfaces polished by the flow. The banks do not bind it, they guide it, their curves a gentle hand, their soil a quiet cradle. This river of resilience does not rush, it moves, slow and deep, a tide that lifts what it touches, a stream that heals what it washes. The fish drift within it, their scales glinting in the light, their fins cutting the water with ease. The reeds sway beside it, their tips dipping low, their roots drinking deep. This is abundance, not in forcing through, but in flowing on, a richness that grows from the steady, the sure, the soft. Hope rises from this resilience, a soft dawn breaking over the hills, its light spilling gold across the trees, its warmth chasing the shadows away. This dawn does not blaze all at once, it glows, slow and gentle, its colors blending from pink to amber, from amber to blue. A quiet promise that the night does not last. The birds greet it with a trill, their voices threading through the air, their wings lifting them into the new day. The leaves catch its rays, their green deepening with the light, their edges shimmering with dew. This is the abundance of hope, not in shouting its arrival, but in whispering its certainty, a fullness that lifts the heart without strain. That hope flows through the forest like mist, soft and cool, settling over the branches, drifting through the hollows. The deer steps through it, its hooves silent on the moss, its eyes bright with the promise of forage. The squirrel leaps within it, its tail a flicker of motion, its paws gathering seeds for the days ahead. The fox moves beneath it, its fur a flash of red, its nose tracing the scent of what's to come. This hope is not a thing apart. It is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the dawn to the dusk, the fall to the rise, the quiet to the song. The mist does not linger too long, it lifts, leaving the air clear, leaving the world ready for what follows. This is abundance, not in clinging to the light, but in trusting it returns, a richness that glows through the dark. And hope is not just in the breaking day, it is in the smallest glimmers too, the spark of a firefly in the dusk, the glint of a star through the clouds, the rustle of a leaf in the still night. The firefly does not dim its glow, it blinks, steady and small, its light a beacon in the shadows. The star does not hide its shine, it glows, far and faint, its beam a bridge across the vast. The leaf does not silence its fall, it rustles, soft and fleeting, its sound a whisper of life. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the air, a promise that needs no words. The world offers this hope every day, the first green shoot after rain, the call of a bird through the fog, the quiet of a new moon rising slow, and in its offering there is plenty, a treasure that softens the edges of doubt. Stillness follows this hope, a deep pool in the river of life, its waters calm and clear, its surface a mirror for the sky. This pool does not ripple with every breeze it rests, its depths undisturbed, its quiet a cradle for all that drifts within. The fish glide through it, their bodies slow and sure, their fins barely stirring the water. The reeds stand tall beside it, their tips still, their roots anchored in the silt. The sky reflects in it, its blues and golds blending into one, its clouds drifting soft and far. This is the abundance of stillness, not in halting the flow, but in holding it gentle, a fullness that deepens the longer it lingers. That stillness spreads through the forest like dusk, soft and heavy, settling over the trees, wrapping the world in hush. The owl perches within it, its eyes wide, its feathers blending with the dark. The deer beds down beneath it, its breath slow, its body curled into the moss. The wind dies down around it, its sigh fading into silence, its touch a memory on the leaves. This stillness is not empty, it is full, a quiet hum that runs through the earth, a glow that rests in the air, a peace that settles deep into the roots. The forest does not fight it, it welcomes it. Its branches still, its life steady, its song a whisper that needs no sound. And stillness is not just in the deep woods, it is in the smallest spaces too. The pause between breaths, the hush after rain, the quiet of a single leaf falling slow. The breath does not rush, it waits, rise and fall a rhythm that cradles the body. The rain does not linger, it fades. Its drops a memory on the ground, its silence a gift to the air. The leaf does not hurry, it drifts, its arc a dance that ends in rest. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a calm that needs no measure. The world offers this stillness every day, the fade of dusk into night, the pause of a bird on a branch, the quiet of a star blinking through the dark. And in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the hush. Joy flows from the stillness, a soft breeze that lifts the leaves, a gentle wave that ripples the pool, a warm light that spills through the trees. This joy does not shout, it hums, its sound a thread through the air, its touch a glow on the heart. The birds weave it into their song, their trills blending with the wind, their notes a dance of delight. The flowers carry it in their bloom, their petals wide, their colors a gift to the day. The river holds it in its flow, its waters glinting with the sun, its current a rhythm of ease. This is the abundance of joy, not in chasing it, but in letting it rise, a fullness that warms without effort. That joy dances through the forest like sunlight, soft and fleeting, touching every corner with its glow. The squirrel leaps with it, its bounds a play of motion, its chatter a spark of life. The fox runs with it, its tail a brush of red, its steps a game with the shadows. The deer lifts its head to it, its ears perked, its eyes bright with the day. This joy is not a thing apart, it is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the light to the dark, the play to the rest, the quiet to the laugh. The sunlight does not cling, it shifts, leaving the air warm, leaving the world alive with its touch. This is abundance, not in holding the glow, but in basking in it, a richness that spills through the moment. And joy is not just in the bright dance, it is in the smallest sparks too, the flutter of a butterfly's wings, the splash of a fish in the stream, the rustle of grass in the breeze. The butterfly does not dim its flight, it flits, steady and small, its colors a flicker in the air. The fish does not hide its leap, it jumps, quick and faint, its ripple a bridge across the water. The grass does not silence its sway, it bends, soft and fleeting, its sound a whisper of delight. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the space, a light that needs no measure. The world offers this joy every day, the dart of a bird through the sky, the bloom of a flower after rain, the quiet of a laugh carried on the wind. And in its offering, there is plenty, a treasure that softens the edges of care. Eternity follows this joy, a vast sky stretching over the forest, its blue endless, its stars aglow that knows no end. This sky does not close, it opens, its depths a cradle for all that is, its light a thread through all that will be. The trees reach toward it, their branches wide, their leaves a whisper of forever. The river flows beneath it, its waters steady, its path a ribbon through time. The wind drifts within it, its breath a sigh that circles back, its touch a memory that lingers. This is the abundance of eternity, not in counting the days, but in resting in the timeless, a fullness that stretches beyond the edge of now. That eternity wraps the forest like night, soft and deep, holding the world in its quiet embrace. The owl flies beneath it, its wings silent, its eyes aglow in the dark. The deer sleeps within it, its breath slow, its body a shadow on the moss. The stars shine above it, their light steady, their glow a promise across the vast. This eternity is not a thing apart. It is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the moment to the forever, the small to the boundless, the quiet to the all. The night does not end, it turns, leaving the air cool, leaving the world ready for the dawn. This is abundance, not in reaching for the end, but in drifting within the endless, a richness that glows through the ages. And eternity is not just in the vast sky, it is in the smallest things too. The seed that holds a forest, the drop that feeds a river, the breath that carries a life. The seed does not fade, it waits, steady and small, its life a spark of forever. The drop does not vanish, it flows, quick and faint, its ripple a bridge across time. The breath does not stop, it rises, soft and fleeting, its rhythm a whisper of always. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the world, a depth that needs no measure. The world offers this eternity every day, the turn of a leaf into soil, the rise of a wave from the sea, the quiet of a star glowing far. And in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that stretches through the endless, resilience that stands, the hope that rises, the stillness that holds, the joy that dances, the eternity that stretches. These are not separate flows, but one great river winding through the world, carrying us along its gentle current. This river does not rush, it drifts, its waters smooth and deep, its rhythm steady without strain. The wind joins its breath, brushing past with a sigh. The stars add their glow, shining soft and far. The earth lends its weight, solid beneath the flow. Together, they weave a harmony that needs no words, a melody that hums on and on, threading through the quiet spaces, filling them with gentle plenty. And this harmony is not a thing to chase, it is a thing to rest in, a tide to drift with, a light to bask in. The river flows without end, its waters spilling into the sea only to rise as rain, washing back to the earth to begin again. The wind moves without cease, its breath stirring the world into motion, then circling back to stir it anew. The stars shine without pause, their glow reaching across time, lighting the way for all who drift beneath. This is the abundance of existence, not in its rush, but in its calm, not in its clamor, but in its hush, not in its end, but in its turning. The world spins, and with each spin, there is more light to feel, more air to breathe, more moments to drift through. The leaf that sways becomes the wind becomes the cloud becomes the rain, and the rain becomes the leaf again, a circle that turns without breaking, a song that sings without stopping. The tide pulls back, then rolls in, the sun dips low, then climbs high, the night deepens, then fades to day, over and over, a rhythm that cradles all things, a flow that carries all life. This is the abundance we float within, a sea without end, a sky without bounds, a truth without close. And as this river washes on, it gathers all it touches, the rustle of trees, the murmur of waves, the sigh of the wind, the glow of the stars, blending them into a single tide, a single breath, a single hum. The earth drinks it in, the air carries it far, the light bathes it soft, and the quiet holds it close. There is no part left out, no piece too small, every ripple, every whisper, every flicker fits within the whole, adding to its richness, deepening its song. This is the way of abundance, It does not scatter, it gathers, weaving the many into the one, the fleeting into the forever. The tide does not falter, it bends, it shifts. It finds its way through every curve and hollow, every rise and fall. The resilience does not waver, it roots deep, it stands firm. It holds steady through every storm and calm. The hope does not fade, it shines clear, it stretches wide. It reveals the light of what's to come. The stillness does not tip, it settles in. It sways soft. It fills the space with gentle weight. The joy does not dim, it glows warm. It washes deep. It promises more with every spark. The eternity does not break, it binds close. It weaves sure. It ties the world into one. Together, they are the endless tide, the quiet plenty, the limitless sea that runs through all things, carrying us along its gentle swell. And so we float, held by this tide, wrapped in this glow, cradled by this hum. The river does not ask us to swim, it carries us, smooth and sure, its waters warm and deep. The wind does not push us, it lifts us, soft and free, its breath a whisper through the air. The stars do not blind us, they guide us, steady and far, their glow a comfort in the night. The earth does not shift beneath us, it holds us, solid and still, its strength a quiet gift. This is the abundance we rest in, not a thing to seek, but a thing to feel, not a place to find, but a place to be. The tide flows on, threading through the dark, spilling into the light, weaving through the moments and seasons, the cycles and ages, the breaths and eternities. It does not stop, it turns, it bends, it rises and falls, always moving, always full. The resilience grows deeper, rooting into the earth, reaching toward the sky, steady through every shift. The hope glows brighter, clearing the haze, lighting the way, soft and vast. The stillness hums louder, filling the air, settling the soul, rich and calm. The joy spins wider, circling back, blooming anew, endless and warm. The eternity weaves tighter, threading through, holding close, boundless and sure. And in this resilience, this hope, this stillness, this joy, this eternity, there is abundance, quiet, vast, eternal. The thread of this tide does not snap, it drifts onward, a ribbon of light through the dusk, a whisper of plenty through the hush, a promise of more through the calm. It carries us gently, its waters smooth against the edges of our being, its rhythm a lullaby that needs no close. And as it flows, as it turns, as it rises and falls, it sings of the boundless, the timeless, the whole, a song that washes into the quiet spaces, filling them with soft, endless possibility, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of what is, what was, what will always be. This flow does not tire, it moves on, its waters threading through the night, its current a soft pull that cradles the world. The forest rests within it, its trees still, its leaves a quiet rustle in the dark. The river hums beside it, its waters glinting with starlight, its flow a steady sigh through the earth. The sky stretches above it, its stars a glow that never fades, its blue a depth that never ends. This is the abundance of all things, not in its rush, but in its drift, not in its noise, but in its peace, not in its close, but in its forever. And as we drift with it, as we rest in it, as we let it carry us, we find that abundance is not a thing apart, it is us. It is all. It is the gentle tide that flows on and on through the quiet, through the light, through the endless night. Abundance is not a fleeting whisper or a distant shore. It is the endless flow that courses through all things, the soft light that bathes the world in quiet glow, the gentle pulse that beats beneath every moment. It is not a prize to seek or a burden to carry. It is a presence to drift within, a tide that lifts without effort, a warmth that settles without force. In this long, unbroken stream of words, we float through the vast expanse of life's plenty, where every breath hums with fullness, every silence brims with possibility, every ripple carries the promise of more. This is not a journey of strain, but of release, releasing into the truth that abundance is everywhere, always, a river that runs deep and wide, a sky that stretches far and free, a song that plays soft and forever. Resilience is a forest standing tall through the seasons, its trees rooted deep in the earth, their branches swaying with the wind, yet never breaking. The storm may come, its gusts howling through the canopy, its rain soaking the soil, but the forest does not falter, it bends, it holds, it grows stronger where the pressure touches. Each trunk bears the marks of past winds, each root digs deeper from the weight, each leaf falls only to make way for new green. This is the abundance of resilience, not in avoiding the storm, but in rising through it, a quiet strength that turns the rough into the smooth, the broken into the whole. That forest stretches across the hills, its trees whispering to one another in the breeze, their roots threading through the ground, linking one to the next. The oak stands firm, its bark thick from years of weathering, its branches wide from decades of reaching. The pine sways soft, its needles dropping slow and steady, its scent a gift to the air. The birch leans light, its white trunk glowing in the dusk, its leaves a flutter of gold in the fall. Each tree is different, yet each is part of the same weave, a tapestry of life that holds steady through the cold of winter, the heat of summer, the storms of spring, the quiet of autumn. This resilience is not loud, it is steady, a hum that runs through the roots, a glow that lingers in the leaves, a fullness that deepens with every turn of the year. And resilience is not just in the grand stands of trees, it is in the smallest sprigs too, the tender shoots that push through the soil after a fire, the moss that clings to the rock after a flood, the grass that bends beneath the frost only to rise again with the thaw. The sprout does not question its place, it grows, its green tip breaking the earth, its thin stem reaching for the light. The moss does not mourn the water that swept it, it spreads, its soft blanket covering the stone, its quiet life a testament to what endures. The grass does not fight the cold, it waits, its blade still, its roots alive, ready to green when the sun returns. This is the abundance of resilience, not in its size, but in its persistence, a wealth that flows through the small and the vast, a strength that softens the edges of time. That strength flows like a river through the forest, its waters winding past the roots, carrying life to every corner. The river does not stop when the rains fade, it runs steady, its current smooth, its path sure. The stones in its bed do not halt it, they shape it, their edges worn soft by the years, their surfaces polished by the flow. The banks do not bind it, they guide it, their curves a gentle hand, their soil a quiet cradle. This river of resilience does not rush. It moves, slow and deep, a tide that lifts what it touches, a stream that heals what it washes. The fish drift within it, their scales glinting in the light, their fins cutting the water with ease. The reeds sway beside it, their tips dipping low, their roots drinking deep. This is abundance, not in forcing through, but in flowing on, a richness that grows from the steady, the sure, the soft. Rises from this resilience, a soft dawn breaking over the hills, its light spilling gold across the trees, its warmth chasing the shadows away. This dawn does not blaze all at once. It glows, slow and gentle, its colors blending from pink to amber, from amber to blue. A quiet promise that the night does not last. The birds greet it with a trill, their voices threading through the air, their wings lifting them into the new day. The leaves catch its rays, their green deepening with the light, their edges shimmering with dew. This is the abundance of hope, not in shouting its arrival, but in whispering its certainty, a fullness that lifts the heart without strain. That hope flows through the forest like mist, soft and cool, settling over the branches, drifting through the hollows. The deer steps through it, its hooves silent on the moss, its eyes bright with the promise of forage. The squirrel leaps within it, its tail a flicker of motion, its paws gathering seeds for the days ahead. The fox moves beneath it, its fur a flash of red, its nose tracing the scent of what's to come. This hope is not a thing apart. It is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the dawn to the dusk, the fall to the rise, the quiet to the song. The mist does not linger too long, it lifts, leaving the air clear, leaving the world ready for what follows. This is abundance, not in clinging to the light, but in trusting it returns, a richness that glows through the dark. And hope is not just in the breaking day. It is in the smallest glimmers too, the spark of a firefly in the dusk, the glint of a star through the clouds, the rustle of a leaf in the still night. The firefly does not dim its glow, it blinks, steady and small, its light a beacon in the shadows. The star does not hide its shine, it glows, far and faint, its beam a bridge across the vast. The leaf does not silence its fall, it rustles, soft and fleeting, its sound a whisper of life. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the air, a promise that needs no words. The world offers this hope every day, the first green shoot after rain, the call of a bird through the fog, the quiet of a new moon rising slow, and in its offering there is plenty, a treasure that softens the edges of doubt. Stillness follows this hope, a deep pool in the river of life, its waters calm and clear, its surface a mirror for the sky. This pool does not ripple with every breeze it rests, its depths undisturbed, its quiet a cradle for all that drifts within. The fish glide through it, their bodies slow and sure, their fins barely stirring the water. The reeds stand tall beside it, their tips still, their roots anchored in the silt. The sky reflects in it, its blues and golds blending into one, its clouds drifting soft and far. This is the abundance of stillness, not in halting the flow, but in holding it gentle, a fullness that deepens the longer it lingers. That stillness spreads through the forest like dusk, soft and heavy, settling over the trees, wrapping the world in hush. The owl perches within it, its eyes wide, its feathers blending with the dark. The deer beds down beneath it, its breath slow, its body curled into the moss. The wind dies down around it, its sigh fading into silence, its touch a memory on the leaves. This stillness is not empty, it is full, a quiet hum that runs through the earth, a glow that rests in the air, a peace that settles deep into the roots. The forest does not fight it, it welcomes it. Its branches still, its life steady, its song a whisper that needs no sound. And stillness is not just in the deep woods, it is in the smallest spaces too. The pause between breaths, the hush after rain, the quiet of a single leaf falling slow. The breath does not rush, it waits, its rise and fall a rhythm that cradles the body. The rain does not linger, it fades, its drops a memory on the ground, its silence a gift to the air. The leaf does not hurry, it drifts, its arc a dance that ends in rest. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a calm that needs no measure. The world offers this stillness every day, the fade of dusk into night, the pause of a bird on a branch, the quiet of a star blinking through the dark. And in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the hush. Joy flows from the stillness, a soft breeze that lifts the leaves, a gentle wave that ripples the pool, a warm light that spills through the trees. This joy does not shout, it hums, its sound a thread through the air, its touch a glow on the heart. The birds weave it into their song, their trills blending with the wind, their notes a dance of delight. The flowers carry it in their bloom, their petals wide, their colors a gift to the day. The river holds it in its flow, its waters glinting with the sun, its current a rhythm of ease. This is the abundance of joy, not in chasing it, but in letting it rise, a fullness that warms without effort. That joy dances through the forest like sunlight, soft and fleeting, touching every corner with its glow. The squirrel leaps with it, its bounds a play of motion, its chatter a spark of life. The fox runs with it, its tail a brush of red, its steps a game with the shadows. The deer lifts its head to it, its ears perked, its eyes bright with the day. This joy is not a thing apart, it is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the light to the dark, the play to the rest, the quiet to the laugh. The sunlight does not cling, it shifts, leaving the air warm, leaving the world alive with its touch. This is abundance, not in holding the glow, but in basking in it, a richness that spills through the moment. And joy is not just in the bright dance, it is in the smallest sparks too, the flutter of a butterfly's wings, the splash of a fish in the stream, the rustle of grass in the breeze. The butterfly does not dim its flight, it flits, steady and small, its colors a flicker in the air. The fish does not hide its leap, it jumps, quick and faint, its ripple a bridge across the water. The grass does not silence its sway, it bends, soft and fleeting, its sound a whisper of delight. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the space, a light that needs no measure. The world offers this joy every day, the dart of a bird through the sky, the bloom of a flower after rain, the quiet of a laugh carried on the wind. And in its offering, there is plenty, a treasure that softens the edges of care. Eternity follows this joy, a vast sky stretching over the forest, its blue endless, its stars aglow that knows no end. This sky does not close, it opens, its depths a cradle for all that is, its light a thread through all that will be. The trees reach toward it, their branches wide, their leaves a whisper of forever. The river flows beneath it, its water steady, its path a ribbon through time. The wind drifts within it, its breath a sigh that circles back, its touch a memory that lingers. This is the abundance of eternity, not in counting the days, but in resting in the timeless, a fullness that stretches beyond the edge of now. That eternity wraps the forest like night, soft and deep, holding the world in its quiet embrace. The owl flies beneath it, its wings silent, its eyes aglow in the dark. The deer sleeps within it, its breath slow, its body a shadow on the moss. The stars shine above it, their light steady, their glow a promise across the vast. This eternity is not a thing apart. It is woven into the life of the woods, a thread that ties the moment to the forever, the small to the boundless, the quiet to the all. The night does not end, it turns, leaving the air cool, leaving the world ready for the dawn. This is abundance, not in reaching for the end, but in drifting within the endless, a richness that glows through the ages. And eternity is not just in the vast sky, it is in the smallest things too. The seed that holds a forest, the drop that feeds a river, the breath that carries a life. The seed does not fade, it waits, steady and small, its life a spark of forever. The drop does not vanish, it flows, quick and faint, its ripple a bridge across time. The breath does not stop, it rises, soft and fleeting, its rhythm a whisper of always. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the world, a depth that needs no measure. The world offers this eternity every day, the turn of a leaf into soil, the rise of a wave from the sea, the quiet of a star glowing far, and in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that stretches through the endless, the resilience that stands, the hope that rises, the stillness that holds, the joy that dances, the eternity that stretches. These are not separate flows, but one great river winding through the world, carrying us along its gentle current. This river does not rush, it drifts, its waters smooth and deep, its rhythm steady without strain. The wind joins its breath, brushing past with a sigh. The stars add their glow, shining soft and far. The earth lends its weight, solid beneath the flow. Together, they weave a harmony that needs no words, a melody that hums on and on, threading through the quiet spaces, filling them with gentle plenty. And this harmony is not a thing to chase. It is a thing to rest in, a tide to drift with, a light to bask in. The river flows without end, its waters spilling into the sea only to rise as rain, washing back to the earth to begin again. The wind moves without cease, its breath stirring the world into motion, then circling back to stir it anew. The stars shine without pause, their glow reaching across time, lighting the way for all who drift beneath. This is the abundance of existence, not in its rush, but in its calm, not in its clamor, but in its hush, not in its end, but in its turning. The world spins, and with each spin, there is more light to feel, more air to breathe, more moments to drift through. The leaf that sways becomes the wind becomes the cloud becomes the rain, and the rain becomes the leaf again, a circle that turns without breaking, a song that sings without stopping. The tide pulls back, then rolls in, the sun dips low, then climbs high, the night deepens, then fades to day, over and over, a rhythm that cradles all things, a flow that carries all life. This is the abundance we float within, a sea without end, a sky without bounds, a truth without close. And as this river washes on, it gathers all it touches, the rustle of trees, the murmur of waves, the sigh of the wind, the glow of the stars, blending them into a single tide, a single breath, a single hum. The earth drinks it in, the air carries it far, the light bathes it soft, and the quiet holds it close. There is no part left out, no piece too small. Every ripple, every whisper, every flicker fits within the whole, adding to its richness, deepening its song. This is the way of abundance. It does not scatter, it gathers, weaving the many into the one, the fleeting into the forever. The tide does not falter, it bends, it shifts. It finds its way through every curve and hollow, every rise and fall. The resilience does not waver, it roots deep, it stands firm. It holds steady through every storm and calm. The hope does not fade, it shines clear, it stretches wide. It reveals the light of what's to come. The stillness does not tip, it settles in. It sways soft. It fills the space with gentle weight. The joy does not dim, it glows warm. It washes deep. It promises more with every spark. The eternity does not break, it binds close. It weaves sure. It ties the world into one. Together, they are the endless tide, the quiet plenty, the limitless sea that runs through all things, carrying us along its gentle swell. And so we float, held by this tide, wrapped in this glow, cradled by this hum. The river does not ask us to swim, it carries us, smooth and sure, its waters warm and deep. The wind does not push us, it lifts us, soft and free, its breath a whisper through the air. The stars do not blind us, they guide us, steady and far, their glow a comfort in the night. The earth does not shift beneath us, it holds us, solid and still, its strength a quiet gift. This is the abundance we rest in, not a thing to seek, but a thing to feel, not a place to find, but a place to be. The tide flows on, threading through the dark, spilling into the light, weaving through the moments and seasons, the cycles and ages, the breaths and eternities. It does not stop, it turns, it bends, it rises and falls, always moving, always full. The resilience grows deeper, rooting into the earth, reaching toward the sky, steady through every shift. The hope glows brighter, clearing the haze, lighting the way, soft and vast. The stillness hums louder, filling the air, settling the soul, rich and calm. The joy spins wider, circling back, blooming anew, endless and warm. The eternity weaves tighter, threading through, holding close, boundless and sure. And in this resilience, this hope, this stillness, this joy, this eternity, there is abundance, quiet, vast, eternal. The thread of this tide does not snap, it drifts onward, a ribbon of light through the dusk, a whisper of plenty through the hush, a promise of more through the calm. It carries us gently, its waters smooth against the edges of our being, its rhythm a lullaby that needs no close. And as it flows, as it turns, as it rises and falls, it sings of the boundless, the timeless, the whole, a song that washes into the quiet spaces, filling them with soft, endless possibility, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of what is, what was, what will always be. This flow does not tire, it moves on, its waters threading through the night, its current a soft pull that cradles the world. The The forest rests within it, its trees still, its leaves a quiet rustle in the dark. The river hums beside it, its waters glinting with starlight, its flow a steady sigh through the earth. The sky stretches above it, its stars a glow that never fades, its blue a depth that never ends. This is the abundance of all things, not in its rush, but in its drift, not in its noise, but in its peace, not in its close, but in its forever. And as we drift with it, as we rest in it, as we let it carry us, we find that abundance is not a thing apart, it is us. It is all. It is the gentle tide that flows on and on through the quiet, through the light, through the everlasting night. Abundance is not a loud call or a far-off peak. It is the soft whisper that hums through all things, the gentle tide that washes over the world, the quiet glow that settles in the spaces between. It is not a thing to reach for or a weight to bear. It is a presence to drift with, a current that flows without push, a light that shines without strain. In this long, unbroken stream of words, we glide through the endless plenty of life, where every sigh carries fullness, every pause holds possibility, every ripple unfolds into more. This is not a path of effort, but of ease, easing into the truth that abundance is all around, within, and beyond. A breeze that lifts without hurry, a river that runs without end, a song that plays soft and forever. Gentleness is a breeze moving through the trees, its touch light and cool, its breath a sigh that stirs the leaves without breaking them. This breeze does not rush, it drifts, weaving through the branches, brushing past the bark, carrying the scent of earth and bloom. The leaves sway with it, their edges fluttering soft and free, their green a quiet dance in the air. The grass bends beneath it, its blades dipping low, their tips tracing patterns in the dust. This is the abundance of gentleness, not in forcing its way, but in flowing with care, a richness that softens what it touches, a fullness that grows from the tender, the calm, the kind. That breeze travels far, threading its way through the valleys, whispering over the hills, drifting across the plains. The flowers feel it, their petals wide, their colors bright against the green, their stems swaying in a rhythm that needs no haste. The birds ride it, their wings catching the lift, their feathers a flicker of motion in the sky. The river meets it, its surface rippling soft and slow, its waters glinting with the light it carries. This gentleness is not weak, it is steady, a hum that runs through the air, a glow that lingers on the water, a strength that cradles all things without strain. The world rests in it, the trees standing tall, the grass rising high, the river flowing sure, all held by a touch that does not press, a breath that does not push. And gentleness is not just in the wide sweep of the wind, it is in the smallest things too, the feather falling slow to the ground, the dew settling soft on the leaf, the ripple fatting quiet on the shore. The feather does not crash, it drifts, its arc a whisper through the air, its landing a hush on the earth. The dew does not pour, it gathers, its beads a shimmer in the dawn, its weight a gift to the green. The ripple does not roar, it spreads, it circles a sigh across the water, its touch a memory on the sand. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a calm that needs no measure. The world offers this gentleness every day, the brush of dusk across the sky, the fade of a bird's song into silence, the quiet of a petal dropping slow, and in its offering there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the tender. Dreams rise from this gentleness, a soft mist lifting from the river, its haze a glow that drifts through the night, its touch a whisper of what might be. This mist does not settle, it floats, curling around the trees, threading through the air, carrying shapes that shift and sway. The stars gleam within it, their light soft and far, their glow a thread through the dark. The water reflects it, its surface a mirror for the sky, its depths a cradle for the unseen. This is the abundance of dreams, not in pinning them down, but in letting them drift, a richness that blooms in the quiet, a fullness that grows from the possible, the free, the vast. That mist of dreams spreads wide, washing over the hills, settling in the hollows, drifting through the woods. The owl moves through it, its wings a shadow in the haze, its eyes a spark of knowing in the night. The deer rests beneath it, its breath a rhythm in the fog, its body a silhouette on the moss. The fox pads within it, its steps a soft tread through the mist, its tail a brush of red in the gloom. This dream is not a thing apart. It is woven into the life of the world, a thread that ties the dark to the light, the sleep to the waking, the quiet to the wonder. The mist does not cling, it lifts, leaving the air clear, leaving the world alive with its touch. This is abundance, not in grasping the dream, but in drifting with it, a richness that glows through the hush. And dreams are not just in the deep night, they are in the smallest glimmers too, the flicker of a thought in the dusk, the glint of a star through the leaves, the rustle of a hope in the still air. The thought does not fade, it lingers, steady and small, its spark a light in the mind. The star does not dim, it shines, far and faint, its beam a bridge across the vast. The hope does not silence, it whispers, soft and fleeting, its sound a promise of more. These are not grand things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the space, a possibility that needs no measure. The world offers this dream every day, the first light of dawn through the trees, the call of a bird in the fog, the quiet of a wish carried on the wind. And in its offering, there is plenty, a treasure that softens the edges of doubt. Rhythm follows this dream, a steady pulse beating through the river, its flow a hum that runs through the earth, its waters a dance that needs no haste. This rhythm does not falter, it moves, slow and sure, its current a sigh that carries life along its banks. The fish swim with it, their fins cutting the water, their bodies a flicker of silver in the stream. The reeds sway to it, their tips dipping low, their roots drinking deep from the flow. The breeze joins it, its breath a whisper that blends with the waves, its touch a lift that ripples the surface. This is the abundance of rhythm, not in rushing the beat, but in resting within it, a fullness that deepens with every turn, a richness that grows from the steady, the smooth, the whole. That rhythm echoes through the world, threading its way through the trees, humming over the hills, drifting across the plains. The leaves rustle with it, their edges a flutter in the air, their green a sway that matches the wind. The birds sing to it, their trills a thread through the day, their wings a beat against the sky. The river carries it, its waters a mirror for the light, its flow a song that weaves through the earth. This rhythm is not forced, it is natural, a hum that runs through the roots, a glow that lingers in the air, a strength that holds all things without strain. The world moves in it, the trees bending soft, the grass swaying free, the river flowing deep, all tied by a pulse that does not push, a beat that does not break. And rhythm is not just in the wide flow of the world, it is in the smallest things too. The drip of water from a leaf, the flap of a butterfly's wings, the sigh of a breath in the night. The drip does not rush, it falls, steady and small, its sound a tick in the hush. The wing does not hurry, it beats, quick and faint, its motion a pulse in the air. The breath does not strain, it rises, soft and fleeting, its rhythm a cradle for the body. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a steadiness that needs no measure. The world offers this rhythm every day, the patter of rain on the ground, the rise of a wave on the shore, the quiet of a heart beating slow. And in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the pulse. Release flows from this rhythm, a gentle wave letting go of the shore, its waters pulling back soft and free, its touch a sigh that leaves the sand smooth. This wave does not cling, it drifts, rolling out to the sea, blending with the deep, rising again when the tide turns. The leaf falls with it, its stem loose from the branch, its arc a whisper through the air, its landing a rest on the earth. The wind carries it, its breath a lift that sets it free, its sigh a farewell that needs no hold. This is the abundance of release, not in gripping tight, but in letting be, a richness that grows from the open, the light, the calm. That wave of release washes through the world, threading its way through the trees, drifting over the hills, settling in the valleys. The river feels it, its waters spilling into the sea, its flow a gift that does not hoard. The flowers know it, their petals dropping soft and slow, their colors a memory on the ground. The birds sense it, their wings lifting them high, their flight a dance that leaves the nest behind. This release is not loss, it is freedom, a hum that runs through the air, a glow that lingers in the space, a peace that settles deep into the roots. The world rests in it, the trees standing bare, the river flowing wide, the sky stretching far, all held by a letting go that does not break, a release that does not empty. And release is not just in the wide sweep of the world, it is in the smallest things too. The seed falling from the pod, the rain slipping from the cloud, the breath fading into silence. The seed does not cling, it drops, steady and small, its life a spark on the soil. The rain does not hold, it falls, quick and faint, its touch a gift to the earth. The breath does not linger, it fades, soft and fleeting, its rhythm a rest for the body. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a freedom that needs no measure. The world offers this release every day, the drift of a cloud across the sky, the fall of a leaf in the dusk, the quiet of a wave pulling back, and in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the letting go. Connection rises from this release, a quiet thread weaving through the river, its waters tying the earth to the sea, its flow a hum that links all things. This thread does not bind, it joins, soft and sure, its touch a whisper that holds without strain. The roots reach with it, their tips threading through the soil, their life a bridge between tree and ground. The wind carries it, its breath a sigh that blends the leaves with the air, its lift a tie that spans the sky. The stars glow within it, their light a thread through the dark, their shine a bond across the vast. This is the abundance of connection, not in standing apart, but in weaving together, a fullness that deepens with every link, a richness that grows from the shared, the near, the whole. That thread of connection stretches wide, washing over the hills, drifting through the woods, settling in the plains. The river knows it, its waters feeding the fish, its flow a cradle for the reeds, its path a link to the sea. The trees feel it, their branches swaying with the wind, their roots drinking from the earth, their leaves a gift to the air. The birds sing it, their voices blending with the breeze, their wings tying the sky to the ground, their flight a dance with the world. This connection is not forced, it is natural, a hum that runs through the roots, a glow that lingers in the space, a strength that binds all things without strain. The world rests in it, the river flowing deep, the trees standing tall, the sky stretching wide, all held by a thread that does not break, a bond that does not fade. And connection is not just in the wide weave of the world, it is in the smallest things too. The ant moving with its kin, the flower sharing with the bee, the ripple touching the shore. The ant does not stray, it walks, steady and small, its path a link with the colony. The flower does not hoard, it opens, quick and faint, its nectar a gift to the buzz. The ripple does not stop, it spreads, soft and fleeting, its touch a tie to the sand. These are not loud things, yet they hold a wealth that fills the moment, a unity that needs no measure. The world offers this connection every day, the rustle of leaves with the wind, the glow of a star with the night, the quiet of a bird with the dawn. And in its offering, there is abundance, a treasure that glows in the weave, a gentleness that softens, the dreams that drift, the rhythm that hums, the release that frees, the connection that binds. These are not separate streams, but one great tide washing through the world, carrying us along its gentle swell. This tide does not rush, it flows, its waters smooth and deep, its rhythm steady without strain. The wind joins its breath, brushing past with a sigh. The stars add their glow, shining soft and far. The earth lends its weight, solid beneath the flow. Together, they weave a harmony that needs no words, a melody that hums on and on, threading through the quiet spaces, filling them with gentle plenty. And this harmony is not a thing to chase, it is a thing to rest in, a tide to drift with, a light to bask in. The tide flows without end, its waters spilling into the sky only to fall as rain, washing back to the earth to begin again. The wind moves without cease, its breath stirring the world into motion, then circling back to stir it anew. The stars shine without pause, their glow reaching across time, lighting the way for all who drift beneath. This is the abundance of existence, not in its rush, but in its calm, not in its clamor, but in its hush, not in its end, but in its turning. The world spins, and with each spin, there is more light to feel, more air to breathe, more moments to drift through. The leaf that sways becomes the wind becomes the cloud becomes the rain, and the rain becomes the leaf again, a circle that turns without breaking, a song that sings without stopping. The tide pulls back, then rolls in, the sun dips low, then climbs high. The night deepens, then fades to day, over and over, a rhythm that cradles all things, a flow that carries all life. This is the abundance we float within, a sea without end, a sky without bounds, a truth without close. And as this tide washes on, it gathers all it touches, the rustle of trees, the murmur of waves, the sigh of the wind, the glow of the stars, blending them into a single flow, a single breath, a single hum. The earth drinks it in, the air carries it far, the light bathes it soft, and the quiet holds it close. There is no part left out, no piece too small. Every ripple, every whisper, every flicker fits within the whole, adding to its richness, deepening its song. This is the way of abundance. It does not scatter, it gathers, weaving the many into the one, the fleeting into the forever. The tide does not falter, it bends, it shifts. It finds its way through every curve and hollow, every rise and fall. The gentleness does not waver, it softens deep, it touches light. It holds steady through every breeze and calm. The dreams do not fade, they drift clear, they stretch wide, they reveal the glow of what might be. The rhythm does not tip, it hums in, it sways soft, it fills the space with gentle weight. The release does not dim, it flows warm, it washes free, it promises more with every let go. The connection does not break, it binds close, it weaves sure, it ties the world into one. Together, they are the endless tide, the quiet plenty, the limitless sea that runs through all things, carrying us along its gentle swell. And so we float, held by this tide, wrapped in this glow, cradled by this hum. The tide does not ask us to swim, it carries us, smooth and sure, its waters warm and deep. The wind does not push us, it lifts us, soft and free, its breath a whisper through the air. The stars do not blind us, they guide us, steady and far, their glow a comfort in the night. The earth does not shift beneath us, it holds us, solid and still, its strength a quiet gift. This is the abundance we rest in, not a thing to seek, but a thing to feel, not a place to find, but a place to be. The tide flows on, threading through the dark, spilling into the light, weaving through the moments and seasons, the cycles and ages, the breaths and eternities. It does not stop, it turns, it bends, it rises and falls, always moving, always full. The gentleness grows deeper, softening into the earth, reaching toward the sky, steady through every shift. The dreams glow brighter, clearing the haze, lighting the way, soft and vast. The rhythm hums louder, filling the air, settling the soul, rich and calm. The release spins wider, circling back, blooming anew, endless and warm. The connection weaves tighter, threading through, holding close, boundless and sure. And in this gentleness, this dream, this rhythm, this release, this connection, there is abundance, quiet, vast, eternal. The thread of this tide does not snap, it drifts onward, a ribbon of light through the dusk, a whisper of plenty through the hush, a promise of more through the calm. It carries us gently, its waters smooth against the edges of our being, its rhythm a lullaby that needs no close. And as it flows, as it turns, as it rises and falls, it sings of the boundless, the timeless, the whole, a song that washes into the quiet spaces, filling them with soft, endless possibility, carrying us ever deeper into the heart of what is, what was, what will always be. This flow does not tire, it moves on, its waters threading through the night, its current a soft pull that cradles the world. The trees rest within it, their branches still, their leaves a quiet rustle in the dark. The river hums beside it, its waters glinting with starlight, its flow a steady sigh through the earth. The sky stretches above it, its stars a glow that never fades, its blue a depth that never ends. This is the abundance of all things, not in its rush, but in its drift, not in its noise, but in its peace, not in its close, but in its forever. And as we drift with it, as we rest in it, as we let it carry us, we find that abundance is not a thing apart, it is us. It is all. It is the gentle tide that flows on and on through the quiet, through the light, through the night. Abundance flows like a river that never stops, a stream so wide and deep that it touches every corner of what could be. It's not about chasing or grabbing. It's about stepping into a current that's already moving, already full of everything needed. The mind bends toward what it believes, and when it believes in enough, in more than enough, the world shifts to match that quiet certainty. Limits dissolve when the thought of them fades. What once seemed hard becomes soft. What felt far grows near, all because the lens of scarcity lifts away. Possibility is a seed buried in every moment. It doesn't need force to grow, just space, just a crack in the old patterns to let light slip through. The beauty of this lies in its ease. Effort falls away when trust takes root. Trust isn't loud or demanding. It's a whisper that says there's always more, always another way, always a chance that hasn't been seen yet. That whisper builds into a hum, a rhythm that carries everything forward without strain. Think of how water finds its path. It doesn't fight the stone, it moves around, under, through. Abundance works the same. Obstacles aren't walls, they're shapes to flow past. The mind that bends like water never breaks. It learns that every turn holds something new, something waiting to be found. There's no need to push when the current already knows the way. That's the secret of plenty. It's not made, it's allowed. Fear of lack is a shadow, and shadows shrink when light pours in. The light here is simple, the understanding that what's needed is already on its way. Not tomorrow, not next year, but in the unfolding of now, in the quiet space where ideas bloom. Nothing is too small to matter, and nothing is too big to reach. The balance comes naturally when the scales tip toward faith in what's possible. Patience weaves through this like a thread, not the kind that waits with clenched hands, but the kind that rests easy, knowing the fruit ripens on its own. Time doesn't rush abundance. It polishes it, smooths it, makes it fit just right. Every delay is a gift, every pause a chance to see deeper. What's meant to arrive always does, and often it's more than what was first hoped for. The heart of this lies in softness. Hard edges melt when the mind lets go of fighting for every inch. Victory isn't won, it's welcomed. Success isn't taken, it's received. The shift happens in the stillness, where the noise of doubt quiets down and the truth of enough shines through. That truth is old, older than words, older than worry. It says there's always a well to draw from, always a harvest to gather. Judgment fades here too. There's no need to measure what's enough or who's worthy. Abundance doesn't care about rank or rules. It spills over every line drawn in the sand. It's free because it's boundless, and it's boundless because it's free. The mind that stops counting starts seeing. What's seen is a world where every step lands on solid ground, where every breath pulls in something good. This isn't about perfection. Flaws don't block the flow, they flavor it. A crack in the cup doesn't stop it from holding water, it just makes the shape unique. The same goes for every stumble, every doubt. They're not failures, they're marks of a journey that's alive, a path that twists and turns, but never ends. Abundance thrives in the mess, in the real, in the raw. Kindness fits into this puzzle too, not as a duty, but as a natural spillover. When the cup is full, it runs over without effort. Generosity isn't forced, it's what happens when there's no fear of running dry. The hand that gives doesn't empty, it opens. And in that opening, more flows in, a circle that spins wider with every turn. The rhythm of this is steady, like a heartbeat. It doesn't shout or rush. It hums along, carrying wisdom that's been true forever. What's needed comes. What's dreamed of takes shape. The mind that trusts this doesn't bend under weight, it lifts, it rises, it floats. And in that floating, everything aligns, not by force, but by a pull as gentle as gravity. The pull of abundance is like a tide that lifts without noise. It doesn't demand attention, it simply moves, steady and sure, bringing what fits into the space that's been made for it. That space grows when the mind lets go of smallness, not through struggle, but through a quiet release, a softening of the grip that holds onto less. Less isn't the enemy, it's just a shadow that fades when the light of more creeps in. What's remarkable is how little it takes to shift. A single thought, a flicker of belief, can tip the balance. That flicker doesn't need to be loud or grand, it's enough that it's there, glowing softly in the background. Like a star in daylight, it's not always seen, but it's always burning. And over time, that glow spreads, touching corners that once felt dark, filling them with something warm and alive. This warmth isn't about heat, it's about ease. Ease is the soil where abundance grows best. When the ground is soft, roots sink deep without effort. The same happens with ideas, with hopes, with the sense of what could be. They don't need to be forced into place. They settle in, they stretch out, they bloom. The mind that allows this stops wrestling with what isn't and starts dancing with what is. Dancing might sound light, but it's the rhythm of this flow. It's not about steps or rules, it's about moving with what comes, letting the sway carry the weight. Every twist opens a door, every dip reveals a truth. And the truth here is simple. There's always enough room, enough time, enough to go around. The dance doesn't tire, it lifts, it frees, it fills. Freedom sits at the core of this. Not the kind that shouts or fights, but the kind that breathes easy. It's the freedom of knowing the well never runs dry, the field never stops yielding. That knowing isn't loud, it's a hum, a pulse, a thread that ties every possibility together. And in that tying, nothing feels lost, nothing feels out of reach. Loss itself bends here. What seems gone isn't truly gone, it's just changing shape, slipping into something new. Abundance doesn't cling, it transforms. A seed falls, and a tree rises. A river shifts, and a valley drinks. The mind that sees this stops mourning what was and starts welcoming what becoming. That welcoming is a door, and through it flows more than was ever let go. Time plays a part in this, but not the way it's often thought. It's not a line that runs out, it's a circle that turns, a spiral that widens. Every moment folds into the next, carrying its riches along. There's no rush because there's no end, no shortage because there's no cap. The spiral spins slow and steady, and with every turn, it gathers more, reveals more, offers more. Offering is a word that fits here. Abundance doesn't hoard, it shares, not out of duty, but out of nature. A tree doesn't hold its fruit tight, it drops it, trusting the ground to catch it. The same happens when the mind lets go of clinging. What's released doesn't vanish, it multiplies, it spreads, it returns in ways that surprise. That surprise is the joy of this, the spark that keeps it alive. Joy doesn't need to be chased, it's woven into the fabric. It's there in the ease, in the flow, in the quiet trust that everything fits. Not fits like a puzzle forced together, but fits like water in a glass, natural and full. The mind that rests in this doesn't hunger, it savors. And in that savoring, the taste of plenty grows richer, deeper, sweeter. Depth is a gift here. Surface things shimmer, but the real wealth lies below, in the roots, in the layers, in the stillness. That stillness isn't empty, it's alive, pulsing with what's ready to rise. The mind that dips into this finds treasures that don't fade, truths that don't rust. What's found there is solid, not because it's hard, but because it's true. Truth has a weight, but it's a weight that lifts. It says the world is wide, the possibilities endless, the flow unbroken. It says there's no need to scrape or claw. Everything needed is already in motion, already on its way. That motion is gentle, like a breeze that carries seeds to new soil. And in that gentleness, the ground prepares itself. The harvest waits, the abundance unfolds. The unfolding of abundance is a quiet thing, a bloom that happens without fanfare. It's not about loud arrivals or sudden wins. It's about the steady rise of what's always been there, waiting to be noticed. That waiting isn't a test or a tease, it's a gift, a chance for the mind to soften into what's possible. Possibility doesn't shout, it whispers, and in that whisper lies a power so deep it moves mountains without a sound. Mountains don't need to be climbed here, they part, they shift, they make way. The path isn't carved with effort, it opens because the belief in limits fades. When that belief fades, what's left is a wide, endless stretch of could be. That stretch isn't empty, it's full, brimming with ideas that spark, with chances that hum, with threads that weave into something whole. Wholeness is the heart of this, a sense that nothing's missing, nothing's lost. Lost turns soft in this light. It's not a hole, it's a bend, a curve that leads somewhere new. What slips away doesn't leave a void, it plants a seed, it stirs a wind, it sets a current flowing. The mind that sees this stops clutching at what was and starts opening to what is. That opening is where the riches hide, not in gold or glitter, but in the quiet wealth of enough. Enough is a word that grows here. It's not small or tight, it's vast, it's free. It's a well that never dips low. The beauty of enough is its ease. It doesn't ask for more than what fits, but it always fits more than what's asked. That balance isn't forced, it's found, like a river finds its banks or a tree finds the sun. The mind that rests in this balance doesn't strain, it flows. Flow is the pulse of this, a rhythm that carries without pushing. It's not about speed or force, it's about direction, about a pull that feels as natural as breathing. Every breath draws in something good, every step lands on ground that holds. There's no need to rush when the tide is already moving, no need to fight when the wind is at the back. That wind is gentle, but it's steady, and it lifts more than it ever lets fall. Falling isn't failure here, it's part of the dance. A leaf drops, and the soil grows richer. A wave pulls back, and the shore gets stronger. The mind that bends with this doesn't break, it stretches. It learns. It rises again. Rising isn't about height, it's about reach, about touching what's always been within grasp. That reach isn't work, it's play. A game of seeing how far the edges stretch before they stop being edges at all. Edges dissolve in this flow. Walls turn to mist, ceilings lift to sky. What once boxed in becomes a field, wide and open, where every seed finds a place to grow. Growth isn't loud, it's patient, it's sure. It's a root-breaking stone without a sound. The strength in that breaking isn't harsh, it's calm, it's certain. It's the kind of power that builds without tearing down. Building is what happens here, but not with bricks or sweat. It's a building of trust, of faith, of a quiet knowing that the pieces fit. Not fit like a plan drawn tight, but fit like a song, where every note lands just right. That song plays on its own, a melody that doesn't need a conductor. The mind that hears it doesn't lead, it follows, and in following, it finds everything it never knew it sought. Seeking turns soft too. It's not a hunt, it's a drift, a float, a sway toward what's already there. What's there isn't hidden, it's waiting, resting in plain sight for the moment the haze of doubt clears. That clearing isn't hard, it's a breath, a pause, a shift that happens when the weight of worry lifts. And when it lifts, the view changes, the air lightens, the world widens. Width is a gift in this. Narrow paths grow broad, tight corners turn smooth. There's room for everything, every hope, every chance, every quiet wish. That room doesn't need to be made, it's already there, carved by a current older than time. The mind that steps into this doesn't shrink, it expands, not with effort, but with a sigh, a release, a settling into what's true. Truth here is simple, but it's deep. It says the cup never empties, the table never clears, the door never shuts. It says what's needed arrives, what's dreamed of takes root, what's let go of returns in a new shape. That shape isn't forced, it's welcomed, a guest that fits the space like it was always meant to be there. And in that welcome, the flow keeps going, steady and sure, carrying abundance to every shore it touches. The shore of abundance is wide, stretching beyond what the eye can hold. It's not a place to land, it's a place to drift, to let the waves lap gently against the edges of what's known. Those edges soften here, not because they're weak, but because they don't need to stand firm. What's firm gives way to what's fluid, and in that fluidity, everything finds its place. Place isn't fixed, it shifts, it breathes. It opens up to hold more than was ever thought possible. Possibility is the air here, thick with the scent of what could be. It doesn't demand a map or a plan. It asks only for a willingness to float, to let the current decide the course. That course isn't random. It's woven from threads older than memory, threads that tie every wish to its answer, every question to its quiet reply. The reply isn't loud, it's a murmur, a ripple, a hum that settles deep where doubts once lived. Doubts don't rule here. They're like clouds that pass, leaving the sky clear and blue. That clarity isn't forced, it comes when the weight of maybe not falls away. What's left is a lightness, a lift, a sense that the ground holds steady even when it shifts. Shifting isn't chaos, it's growth, a stretch toward something wider, something fuller. Fullness doesn't weigh down, it buoys up, carrying everything along without strain. Strain has no home in this flow. The river moves without pushing. The wind blows without tearing. Effort melts into ease, not because the work stops, but because the fight does. Fighting comes from fear, from a belief that there's not enough to go around. But when that belief fades, the hands unclench, the shoulders drop, and the world feels softer. Softness isn't weakness, it's strength that doesn't need to prove itself. Strength here is quiet, like the roots of a tree that split stone without a sound. It's not about force, it's about presence, about being so sure that nothing shakes it. That sureness isn't loud or bold, it's a glow, a warmth, a pulse that runs through every moment. Moments don't rush past, they linger, each one ripe with what's ready to unfold. Unfolding isn't hurried, it's patient, it's gentle. It's a flower opening petal by petal. Patience is the soil of this, not the kind that grits its teeth, but the kind that trusts the seed to break ground when it's time. Time doesn't press here, it stretches, it curves, it loops back to pick up what was missed. Nothing's lost in that loop. Every piece finds its way. Every chance gets its turn. The turn isn't forced, it's offered. A hand held out by a world that never stops giving. Giving is the heartbeat of this, not out of duty or debt, but out of overflow. A cup that's full spills without trying. A tree that's heavy drops its fruit without a thought. That dropping isn't loss, it's planting, it's sharing, it's the start of something new. The mind that sees this stops hoarding and starts releasing, not because it has to, but because it can. And in that can, the space grows, the flow widens, the wealth deepens. Wealth isn't coins or stacks here, it's the richness of enough, the depth of more than enough. It's a well that never runs dry, a field that never lies fallow. That field doesn't need to be tilled with sweat, it yields because it's alive, because the roots are fed by something older than effort. The mind that rests in this doesn't scrape or claw, it gathers, it receives, it lets the harvest come. Receiving isn't passive, it's open. Openness is the key that turns here, the hinge that swings wide. Walls don't hold, they crumble, not from force, but from a breeze that carries the scent of plenty. That plenty isn't loud, it's steady, it's sure. It's a rhythm that beats without breaking. The beat doesn't tire, it lifts, it carries. It hums a tune that's been true forever. Forever is a word that fits this, not as a line that never ends, but as a circle that keeps spinning. Every turn brings something fresh. Every spin widens the reach. Reach isn't grasping, it's stretching, it's growing, it's touching what's always been there. What's there doesn't hide, it waits, patient and full, for the moment the fog of less clears away. That clearing isn't work, it's a breath, a sigh, a release into what's real. Reality here is soft, but solid. It says the table is always set, the door always ajar, the light always on. It says what's needed flows in, what's hoped for takes shape, what's let go of circles back in a new form. That form isn't forced, it's welcomed, a guest that fits like it was carved for the space. The space doesn't shrink, it grows, not with effort, but with a quiet yes, a nod to what's possible. Yes is the word that echoes here. Not a shout, but a hum, a agreement that the world is wide, the well is deep, the tide is endless. That endlessness doesn't overwhelm, it soothes, it steadies, it carries. Carrying isn't heavy, it's light, it's free, it's a lift that feels like flying. Flying doesn't mean leaving the ground, it means rising with it, moving with it, trusting it to hold. Trust is the root of this, the thread that ties it all. Not blind or loud, but calm, clear, certain. It's the trust that the sun rises, the river flows, the seed sprouts. It's the trust that what's needed comes, what's dreamed of grows, what's released returns. That return isn't a demand, it's a gift, a surprise, a joy that lands soft and true. Joy isn't chased here, it's found, tucked into every fold of this flow. Finding isn't seeking, it's seeing. Seeing isn't straining, it's resting, letting the haze lift on its own. When it lifts, the view is wide, the air is clean, the path is clear. Clarity doesn't shout, it glows, it guides, it settles. That settling isn't still, it's alive, pulsing with what's ready to rise. Rising isn't effort, it's nature. A pull as old as the stars, as sure as the tide. Tides don't fight, they flow, they fill, they lift. Lifting isn't work, it's grace, a gift that comes when the hands open. Open hands don't empty, they catch, they hold, they share. Sharing isn't loss, it's gain, a circle that spins wider every time it turns. That spin doesn't dizzy, it steadies, it grounds. It carries the flow to every corner of what could be. Corners don't bind here, they open. Edges don't cut, they blur. What's blurred isn't vague, it's vast, it's free. It's a canvas that holds every color. Color isn't loud, it's deep, it's rich. It's a hue that paints without a brush. Painting isn't effort, it's play, a dance of light that fills the space. Space doesn't shrink, it grows, not with force, but with a sigh, a breath, a yes to what's always been. Being is the core of this, not doing or having, but being soft, sure, full. Fullness doesn't weigh, it lifts, it frees, it flows. Flowing isn't rushed, it's steady, it's calm, it's a river that knows its way. Knowing isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep. It's a truth that sits like a stone smoothed by water. That stone doesn't sink, it shines, it holds, it anchors. Anchoring isn't heavy, it's light, it's free. It's a root that lets the tree sway. Swaying isn't weak, it's strong, it's alive. It's a dance with the wind. Wind doesn't tear, it carries, it lifts, it whispers. Whispering isn't small, it's vast, it's true. It's a sound that fills without shouting. Filling isn't forced, it's natural, it's easy. It's a cup that overflows because it can. Overflow is the song here, the tune that plays without end. Ending isn't real, it's a pause, a breath, a turn into something new. Newness isn't loud, it's soft, it's sure. It's a dawn that breaks without noise. Breaking isn't harsh, it's gentle, it's free. It's a shell that cracks to let the light in. Light doesn't blind, it warms, it guides, it fills. Filling is the rhythm, the pulse, the hum. Humming isn't loud, it's steady, it's deep. It's a sound that carries without weight. Weight doesn't drag, it lifts, it steadies, it holds. Holding isn't tight, it's loose, it's free. It's a hand that opens to catch the flow. Catching isn't work, it's grace, it's ease. It's a gift that lands soft and full. Fullness is the truth here, the root, the sky. Sky doesn't end, it stretches, it breathes, it holds. Holding isn't heavy, it's light, it's sure. It's a promise that never fades. Fatting isn't real, it's a shift, a turn, a bloom into something more. More isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep. It's a well that never dips low. Low doesn't exist here, only rise, only flow, only yes. Yes isn't forced, it's free, it's true. It's a nod to what's always been. Being isn't effort, it's rest, it's peace. It's a state that holds without trying. Trying falls away, and what's left is abundance, soft, sure, endless. The endlessness of abundance is a quiet song, a melody that stretches across a horizon without edges. It's not a tune that demands to be heard. It hums beneath everything, soft and steady, threading through the fabric of what could be. That fabric isn't thin or frail, it's woven thick with possibility, dyed with the colors of trust, patience, and a gentle certainty that what's needed always finds its way. Finding isn't a hunt, it's a settling, a resting into a truth that doesn't need to be chased. Truth here is like water, clear and deep, moving without hurry. It doesn't crash or roar, it flows, slipping into every crack, smoothing every rough place. Roughness doesn't last in this current. It softens, it shifts, it becomes something new. Newness isn't loud or sharp, it's a bloom, a slow unfurling of petals that were always there, waiting for the right light. That light isn't blinding, it's warm, it's kind. It's a glow that invites rather than demands. Invitation is the language of this. Not a call to action, but a pull, a nudge, a whisper that says the table is set, the door is open, the well is full. Fullness doesn't sit heavy, it lifts, it carries, it spills over without effort. That spilling isn't waste, it's generosity, a natural overflow from a cup that never knows lack. Lack is a stranger here, a shadow that fades when the mind turns toward what's already there, what's always been there. What's there isn't hidden, it's resting, patient and calm, like a seed beneath the soil. Seeds don't fight to grow, they wait, they trust, they rise when the moment fits. That fit isn't forced, it's perfect, a harmony between what is and what could be. Harmony isn't loud, it's a chord, a blend, a sound that holds without straining. The mind that hears this doesn't push, it listens, it sways, it lets the rhythm lead. Leading here isn't about control, it's about flow. The river doesn't decide its path, it follows the shape of the land, curving where it needs to, pooling where it can. That pooling isn't still, it's alive. It's rich. It's a pause that gathers strength. Strength doesn't shout, it stands, it bends. It holds without breaking. Breaking isn't the end, it's the start. A crack that lets light in. A split that lets roots deepen. Deepening is the way of this. Surface things shimmer, but the real treasure lies below, in the quiet places where fear doesn't reach. Fear shrinks here, not because it's fought, but because it's forgotten. Forgetting isn't careless, it's freedom, a release of what doesn't serve, a letting go that makes room for more. More isn't greedy, it's natural, it's easy. It's a field that yields without being asked. Asking falls away in this flow. Need doesn't beg, it receives, not with hands outstretched, but with palms turned up, open and calm. Openness is the gate here, the hinge that swings wide to let the tide through. Tides don't rush, they roll, they rise, they carry. Carrying isn't heavy, it's light, it's sure. It's a lift that feels like wings. Wings don't flap hard, they glide, they soar. They trust the wind to hold. Wind is a friend in this, a breath that moves without tearing. It doesn't demand direction, it offers it. A gentle push toward what's next. Next isn't far, it's here, folded into now, tucked into the space between one thought and the following. That space isn't empty, it's full, brimming with what's ready to take shape. Shape doesn't need to be carved, it forms. It grows. It fits like a river fits its banks. Banks don't confine here, they guide, they cradle, they let the water dance. Dancing isn't effort, it's joy, a sway that matches the pulse of what's alive. Life doesn't strain, it flows, it bends, it finds a way. Finding isn't hard, it's soft, it's sure. It's a path that opens when the brambles of doubt pull back. Pulling back isn't retreat, it's clearing, a widening of the view, a breath that lets the sky in. Sky here is vast, not pressing down but lifting up. It doesn't end, it stretches, it holds, it paints itself with hues of what could be. Hues don't clash, they blend, they deepen, they tell a story without words. Stories don't need to be spoken, they live, they breathe, they unfold in the quiet corners where worry used to sit. Worry dissolves in this air, not because it's banished, but because it's outgrown. Outgrowing is the rhythm here, a steady stretch toward something bigger. Bigger isn't loud, it's wide, it's free. It's a field that welcomes every seed. Seeds don't compete, they sprout, they rise, they share the sun. Sun doesn't choose, it shines, it warms, it gives without counting. Counting fades in this light. Numbers don't matter when the well never dips, when the harvest never stops. Stopping isn't real here, it's a pause, a rest, a turn into something fresh. Freshness doesn't fade, it renews, it circles, it keeps the wheel spinning. Spinning isn't dizzy, it's steady, it's sure. It's a motion that gathers without losing. Losing isn't the truth, it's a bend, a shift, a step into what's next. Next doesn't rush, it waits, it ripens, it arrives when the ground is ready. Ground here is soft, but firm, a place that holds without trapping. Trapping has no power, it's a net that frays when the mind sees through it. Seeing isn't straining, it's resting, letting the fog lift on its own. Lifting isn't work, it's grace, a rise that happens when the weight falls away. Weight doesn't drag, it balances, it steadies, it roots without binding. Roots don't cling, they reach, they drink, they grow. Growing isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep, it's a tree that stands without shouting. Standing isn't stiff, it's alive, it's flexible, it's a sway that meets the storm and bends with it. Storms don't destroy here, they water, they clear, they leave the air sharper. Sharpness isn't harsh, it's clean, it's true. It's a line that cuts through the haze. Haze doesn't last, it thins, it fades. It gives way to what's real. Reality isn't hard, it's gentle, it's full. It's a world where the cup stays full, the door stays wide, the light stays on. Light doesn't flicker, it glows, it holds, it fills without blinding. Filling isn't forced, it's natural, it's easy. It's a river that knows its way. Knowing isn't loud, it's calm, it's deep. It's a truth that sits like a stone in the stream. Stones don't sink, They shine, they smooth, they anchor. Anchoring isn't heavy, it's light, it's free. It's a root that lets the branches sway. Swaying isn't weak, it's strong, it's alive. It's a dance with what moves. Moving isn't rushed, it's steady, it's sure. It's a flow that carries without weight. Weight doesn't pull, it lifts, it steadies, it holds. Holding isn't tight, it's loose, it's free. It's a hand that opens to catch the rain. Rain does flood, it feeds, it soaks, it brings the green. Green doesn't fade, it deepens, it spreads. It paints the world alive. Alive isn't loud, it's quiet, it's full. It's a pulse that beats without breaking. Breaking isn't the end, it's the start. A shell that splits to let the seed out. Seeds don't struggle, they rest, they wait, they rise. Rising isn't effort, it's nature. A pull as old as the earth, as sure as the tide. Tides don't fight, they flow, they fill, they lift. Lifting isn't work, it's grace, it's ease. It's a gift that lands when the hands relax. Relaxing isn't lazy, it's trust, it's peace. It's a yes to what's already there. There isn't far, it's here, it's now. It's a well that never runs low. Low doesn't exist, only high, only full, only more. More isn't loud, it's soft, it's deep. It's a song that plays without end. Ending isn't real, it's a turn, a shift, a bloom into something new. Newness isn't sharp, it's gentle, it's sure. It's a dawn that breaks without noise. Noise doesn't fit, it fades, it quiets. It gives way to the hum. Humming isn't small, it's vast. It's true. It's a sound that fills without shouting. Shouting doesn't belong, it's a whisper, a breath, a yes that carries the flow. Yes is the word here, the root, the sky. Sky doesn't press, it lifts, it holds, it stretches. Stretching isn't strain, it's growth, it's freedom. It's a reach that touches without grasping. Grasping falls away, and what's left is holding soft, sure, full. Fullness doesn't weigh, it floats, it rises, it flows. Flowing is the truth, the pulse, the way. Way isn't narrow, it's wide, it's free. It's a path that opens without cutting. Cutting isn't needed, it's clearing, it's softening. It's a haze that lifts to show the sun. Sun doesn't burn, it warms, it glows, it gives. Giving isn't loss, it's gain, it's joy. It's a circle that spins wider every time. Spinning isn't chaos, it's order, it's rhythm. It's a dance that knows its steps. Steps don't stumble, they land, they move, they carry. Carrying isn't heavy, it's light, it's sure. It's a lift that feels like flying. Flying isn't leaving, it's rising, it's being. It's a state that holds without trying. Trying fades, and what's left is being calm, full, endless. Endless isn't tiring, it's rest, it's peace. It's a flow that never stops. Stopping isn't real, it's a pause, a breath, a turn into more. More isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep. It's a well that keeps giving. Giving is the song, the hum, the truth. Truth isn't hard, it's soft, it's sure. It's a light that shines without blinding. Shining isn't loud, it's steady, it's warm. It's a glow that fills the space. Space doesn't shrink, it grows, it breathes, it holds. Holding isn't tight, it's free, it's easy. It's a yes to what's always been. Being isn't effort, it's grace, it's flow. It's a state of abundance that never fades. Fatting isn't true, it's shifting, it's blooming. It's a turn into something alive. The endless flow of abundance moves like a river that knows no banks. a current that winds through every possibility without pause. It's not a force that rushes or demands, it glides, smooth and steady, carrying what's needed to where it belongs. Belonging isn't about ownership, it's about fit, a natural alignment that happens when the mind lets go of tightness. Tightness fades here, not through struggle, but through a softening, a release into what's already in motion. Motion is the life of this, a pulse that beats without effort. It doesn't strain or push, it hums, it drifts. It pulls everything along in its wake. That wake isn't chaos, it's order, a pattern that forms without being drawn. Patterns emerge here, not from plans or rules, but from a rhythm older than thought, a cadence that ties every piece together. Pieces don't scatter, they settle, they blend, they build something whole. Wholeness is a quiet gift, a sense that nothing's missing, nothing's out of place. Place isn't rigid, it shifts, it bends, it makes room for what comes. What comes isn't forced, it arrives, soft and sure, like a breeze that carries the scent of rain. Rain doesn't pound, it soaks, it feeds, it brings the ground to life. Life doesn't fight here, it grows, it flows, it finds its way without a map. Maps don't guide this, they limit it. The path opens wide when the lines blur, when the edges turn soft. Softness isn't fragile, it's strong, it's flexible. It's a thread that holds without snapping. That thread weaves through everything, connecting what was to what will be, tying every hope to its bloom. Blooming isn't loud, it's gentle. It's deep. It's a flower that opens when the time fits. Timing here is perfect, not because it's planned, but because it's trusted. Trust is the root that anchors this, a root that doesn't clutch, it reaches, it drinks, it steadies. Steadiness doesn't mean still, it means sure, a balance that sways but never falls. Falling isn't failure, it's a dip, a turn, a chance to rise again. Rising isn't effort, it's grace, a lift that comes when the weight slips away. Weight doesn't drag here, it lightens, it shifts. It becomes a feather instead of a stone. Stones don't sink, they smooth, they shine. They sit in the stream as witnesses to the flow. That flow doesn't stop, it curves, it widens. It carries more than was ever thought possible. Possibility is the water itself, clear and endless, reflecting a sky that holds no ceiling. Sky doesn't press, it lifts, it stretches. It offers a view that goes on forever. Forever isn't a line, it's a circle, a spiral that turns and gathers, pulling in what's good, letting go of what's small. Smallness fades, not because it's crushed, but because it's outgrown. Outgrowing isn't hard, it's natural. A tree reaching past its first branches, a river spilling past its first bend. Bends don't block, they guide, they soften the journey, they show the way without words. Words don't rule here, they hint, they hum, they carry a tune that's felt more than heard. That tune plays on, a melody of enough, a song of more than enough. Enough isn't tight, it's vast, it's free. It's a well that never needs filling because it never runs low. Low doesn't exist in this depth. It's all rise, all flow, all plenty. Plenty doesn't shout, it whispers, it glows. It settles into every corner. Corners don't trap, they open, they curve, they lead to new ground. Ground doesn't harden, it yields, it cradles. It holds without holding tight. Tightness has no place, it's looseness, it's ease. It's a hand that lets go and finds more. more isn't greedy, it's generous. It's calm. It's a harvest that spills without being reaped. Reaping isn't needed, gathering is enough. A quiet collecting of what's already there. There isn't far, it's here. It's close. It's a field ripe with what fits. Fitting isn't forced, it's seamless. A puzzle that solves itself when the pieces relax. Relaxing isn't lazy, it's wise, it's clear. It's a trust that the tide knows its way. Tides don't falter, they roll, they lift. They bring the sea to shore. Shore doesn't end, it stretches. It meets. It welcomes what arrives. Arriving isn't rushed, it's timely, it's sure. It's a guest that walks in when the door's already open. Doors don't shut here, they swing, they widen. They let the light spill through. Light doesn't blind, it warms, it guides. It paints the world in hues of what's true. Truth isn't heavy, it's light. It's deep. It's a stone that floats instead of sinks. Floating isn't weak, it's strong, it's free. It's a leaf that rides the current without drowning. Drowning doesn't happen, everything rises, everything breathes, everything finds air. Air doesn't thin, it thickens, it fills. It carries the scent of what grows. Growing isn't loud, it's steady, it's sure. It's a root that breaks stone without noise. Noise doesn't fit, it fades, it quiets. It gives way to the hum of what's real. Real isn't harsh, it's soft, it's full. It's a world where the cup stays brimming, the table stays set, the fire stays warm. Warmth doesn't burn, it soothes, it holds. It wraps around without clinging. Clinging falls away, holding takes its place. A holding that's loose, that's calm, that's open to what flows in. Flowing in isn't rare, it's constant, it's natural. It's a stream that never dries. Dryness doesn't touch this, it's all wet, all green, all alive. Alive isn't frantic, it's peaceful, it's deep. It's a pulse that beats without rushing. Rushing has no home, it's slowness, it's ease. It's a pace that lets everything ripen. Ripening isn't forced, it's patient, it's sweet. It's a fruit that drops when it's ready. Ready doesn't hurry, it waits, it trusts. It knows the moment fits. Moments don't slip, they linger, they swell. They carry what's good. Good isn't loud, it's quiet, it's rich. It's a taste that stays without fatting. Fatting isn't true, it's shifting, it's growing. It's a turn into something brighter. Brightness doesn't glare, it glows, it softens. It lights the way without burning. Burning doesn't belong, it's warming, it's kindling. It's a fire that feeds instead of takes. Taking falls away, giving rises. A giving that's free, that's full. That's the heart of this. Heart doesn't race, it beats, it holds. It pumps life without strain. Strain doesn't fit, its ease, its flow. It's a river that moves without breaking. Breaking isn't loss, it's opening, it's freeing. It's a shell that splits to let the seed out. Seeds don't struggle, they rest, they rise. They bloom when the ground is soft. Softness is the strength here, the power that bends without snapping. Snapping doesn't happen, it's flexing, it's swaying. It's a branch that meets the wind and dances. Dancing isn't work, it's play, it's joy. It's a step that lands without stumbling. Stumbling isn't failure, it's balance. It's learning. It's a path that writes itself. Writing isn't hard, it's natural, it's sure. It's a tide that lifts what's fallen. Fallen doesn't stay, it lifts, it shifts. It becomes something new. Newness isn't sharp, it's gentle, it's deep. It's a dawn that breaks without noise. Noise doesn't linger, it fades, it clears. It leaves the silence full. Silence isn't empty, it's alive. It's rich. It's a space that holds the hum. Humming isn't small, it's vast. It's true. It's a sound that carries without weight. Weight doesn't drag, it steadies. It lifts. It roots without binding. Binding doesn't hold, it's loosening, it's freeing. It's a knot that unties to let the rope stretch. Stretching isn't strain, it's growth, it's reach. It's a tree that touches the sky. Sky doesn't limit, it opens. It widens. It holds the stars without counting. Counting doesn't matter, it's all, it's enough. It's a numberless plenty. Plenty doesn't shrink, it grows. It spills. It fills without forcing. Forcing falls away, allowing takes over. And allowing, that's calm, that's deep. That's a yes to what flows. Yes isn't loud, it's steady, it's sure. It's a nod that opens the gate. Gate doesn't bar, it swings. It welcomes. It lets the river through. River doesn't end, it winds, it deepens. It carries abundance to every shore. Shore doesn't stop, it stretches. It meets. It holds the tide without breaking. Breaking isn't real, it's bending, it's flowing. It's a wave that rolls on. Rolling isn't rushed, it's smooth, it's full. It's a motion that knows its way. Way doesn't narrow, it widens. It clears. It leads to what's always been. Been isn't past, it's now, it's full. It's a state that holds without fatting. Fatting isn't loss, it's light, it's shift. It's a glow that stays alive. Alive is the root, the flow, the truth, soft, sure, endless. The truth of abundance lies in its quiet permanence, a steady presence that doesn't flicker or fade. It's not a flame that needs tending, it's a glow, a warmth, a light that burns without fuel. That burning isn't consuming, it's giving, it's growing. It's a fire that spreads without taking. Spreading is the nature here, a widening that touches every edge and then dissolves them. Edges don't hold, they soften, they blur. They turn into horizons that stretch beyond sight. Sight isn't the limit, possibility goes further, deeper, wider than what's seen. It's a river that runs beneath the ground, a wind that moves through the stillness, a seed that waits in the dark. Darkness isn't absence, it's fullness, it's depth, it's a cradle where light is born. Birth doesn't struggle here, it unfolds, it rises, it happens when the moment aligns. Alignment isn't forced, it's natural, it's calm, it's a fit that feels like home. Home isn't a place, it's a state, a resting, a knowing that everything belongs. Belonging doesn't cling, it flows, it settles, it finds its shape without effort. Shape isn't rigid, it bends, it curves, it molds to what comes. What comes isn't chased, it arrives, soft and sure, like dawn creeping over the hills. Hills don't block, they roll, they guide, they lift the view to something broader. Broadness is the breath of this, an expanse that doesn't shrink or close. Closing has no power, it's opening, it's widening, it's a gate that swings free. Freedom doesn't shout, it hums, it drifts, it carries everything in its wake. That wake isn't rough, it's smooth, it's rich, it's a trail that invites rather than demands. Inviting is the tone here, a pull that's gentle, a call that's felt more than heard. Hearing isn't straining, it's resting, letting the sound come on its own. Sound doesn't jar, it soothes, it blends. It weaves a melody of plenty. Plenty isn't loud, it's deep, it's full. It's a well that spills without dipping. Dipping doesn't happen only rising, only flowing, only a tide that lifts what it touches. Touching isn't heavy, it's light, it's soft. It's a brush that leaves something good behind. Goodness doesn't fade, it grows, it deepens. It stays without being held. Holding isn't tight, it's loose, it's easy. It's a hand that opens to let the wind through. Wind doesn't tear, it carries, it lifts. It whispers of what's possible. Possibility isn't a question, it's a certainty, a truth, a thread that runs through every moment. Moments don't rush, they linger, they swell. They carry what's ripe. Ripeness isn't forced, it waits, it sweetens. It falls when the time fits. Falling isn't loss, it's giving, it's planting. It's a seed that finds the soil. Soil doesn't refuse, it welcomes, it feeds. It turns what lands into something alive. Alive isn't frantic, it's steady, it's sure. It's a pulse that beats without breaking. Breaking doesn't destroy, it opens, it frees. It lets the light spill in. Spilling in isn't rare, it's constant, it's natural. It's a stream that knows no drought. Drought doesn't touch this, it's all wet, all green, all flowing. Flowing isn't rushed, it's calm, it's deep. It's a river that carves without cutting. Cutting isn't needed, it's smoothing, it's shaping. It's a stone that shines in the current. Shining isn't loud, it's quiet, it's warm. It's a glow that fills without blinding. Filling doesn't force, it fits, it rests. It brims without effort. Effort falls away, ease takes its place. An ease that's wise, that's clear. That's a trust in what flows. Trust isn't blind, it's open, it's sure. It's a root that holds without gripping. Gripping doesn't belong, it's releasing. It's loosening. It's a knot that unties to let the rope run free. Running free isn't wild, it's steady, it's full. It's a horse that gallops without reins. Reins don't rule, they drop, they fade. They give way to the rhythm. Rhythm isn't forced, it's felt, it's lived. It's a beat that carries without weight. Weight doesn't drag, it balances, it steadies. It lifts when the load lightens. Lightening isn't loss, it's freedom, it's space. It's a sky that clears the haze. Haze doesn't linger, it thins, it lifts. It reveals what's always been. Been isn't past, it's now, it's full. It's a state that holds without end. Ending isn't true, it's turning, it's growing. It's a bend into something new. Newness isn't sharp, it's soft, it's deep. It's a dawn that breaks without noise. Noise doesn't fit, it quiets, it fades. It leaves the silence rich. Richness isn't loud, it's calm, it's sure. It's a wealth that doesn't need counting. Counting falls away, knowing rises. A knowing that's simple, that's true. That's a cup that stays full. Fullness doesn't weigh, it floats. It rises. It flows without stopping. Stopping isn't real, it's pausing, it's breathing. It's a rest that renews. Renewing isn't hard, it's natural, it's sweet. It's a spring that bubbles up again. Again isn't repetition, it's freshness, it's life. It's a cycle that spins without tiring. Tiring doesn't touch this. It's energy, it's ease. It's a strength that bends without snapping. Snapping isn't strength, it's breaking, it's brittleness. It's a twig that gives way to the wind. Wind here is kind, it lifts, it moves, it carries without tearing. Tearing doesn't happen, it's mending, it's weaving. It's a thread that ties the loose ends. Ends don't stay, they blend, they shift, they turn into beginnings. Beginnings aren't loud, they're gentle, they're sure. They're a seed that finds its ground. Ground doesn't harden, it softens, it yields. It holds without trapping. Trapping has no power, it's freeing, it's opening. It's a cage that dissolves in the light. Light doesn't flicker, it glows. It steadies. It fills the space with what's good. Goodness doesn't fade, it deepens, it spreads. It paints the world alive. Painting isn't effort, it's play, it's flow. It's a brush that moves without force. Force doesn't fit, it's grace, it's ease. It's a pull that knows its way. Knowing isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep. It's a truth that sits without shouting. Shouting doesn't belong, it's whispering, it's humming. It's a sound that carries the flow. Carrying isn't heavy, it's light, it's sure. It's a lift that feels like wings. Wings don't struggle, they glide, they rise. They trust the air to hold. Air doesn't thin, it thickens. It fills. It breathes life into what grows. Growing isn't strain, it's steady. It's full. It's a tree that reaches without rushing. Reaching isn't grasping, it's stretching, it's opening. It's a hand that touches without taking. Taking falls away, receiving rises. A receiving that's calm, that's free. That's a gift that lands soft. Softness isn't weak, it's power. It's depth. It's a strength that bends with the storm. Storm doesn't ruin, it waters, it clears. It leaves the green stronger. Strength doesn't harden, it flexes. It flows. It holds without breaking. Breaking isn't loss, it's growth. It's freedom. It's a shell that cracks to let the seed out. Seeds don't fight, they rest, they rise. They bloom when the soil is ready. Readiness isn't rushed, it's patient, it's sure. It's a moment that fits without forcing. Forcing doesn't work, it's allowing, it's trusting. It's a gate that opens on its own. Opening isn't loud, it's gentle. It's deep. It's a door that swings to let the tide in. Tide doesn't falter, it rolls, it lifts. It brings the sea to shore. Shore doesn't end, it stretches, it meets. It welcomes what flows. Flowing isn't rare, it's constant, it's full. It's a river that never dries. Drying doesn't touch this. It's wet, it's alive. It's a stream that feeds the roots. Roots don't cling, they reach, they drink. They steady the tree. Tree doesn't sway alone, it dances, it bends. It grows with the wind. Wind doesn't push, it guides, it lifts. It carries the leaves to new ground. Ground doesn't refuse, it takes, it holds. It turns the fallen into life. Life doesn't strain, it flows, it rises. It gives without counting. Counting doesn't matter, it's all, it's enough. It's a plenty that spills over. Spilling isn't waste, it's sharing, it's growing. It's a cup that overflows because it can. Can isn't doubt, it's certainty, it's truth. It's a yes that holds the flow. Yes doesn't waver, it stands, it deepens. It carries what's good. Good isn't small, it's vast, it's free. It's a richness that stays without fatting. Fatting isn't real, it's shifting, it's blooming. It's a light that grows brighter. Brightness doesn't blind, it warms, it guides. It fills the world with what's true. True isn't loud, it's quiet, it's sure. It's a flow that knows no end. And isn't here, it's more, it's always. It's abundance, soft, deep, endless. The endlessness of abundance is a current that runs beneath everything. A stream that doesn't dry or falter. It's not a rush or a roar, it's a glide, a flow. a movement that carries without strain. Strain doesn't belong here, it's ease, it's calm, it's a tide that lifts what it touches. Lifting isn't work, it's grace, it's freedom, it's a rise that happens when the grip loosens. Loosening isn't loss, it's space, it's breath, it's a room that widens to hold more. More isn't greed, it's plenty, it's fullness, it's a well that spills without effort. Effort fades in this light, not because it's weak, but because it's unneeded. What's needed comes on its own, soft and sure, like a river finding its bed. Bed doesn't confine, it cradles, it guides. It lets the water rest and move at once. Resting isn't still, it's alive. It's deep. It's a pause that gathers what's good. Goodness doesn't shout, it hums, it glows. It settles into every crack. Cracks don't weaken, they open, they breathe, they let the roots in. Roots don't force, they reach, they drink, they hold the ground steady. Steadiness isn't stiff, it's flexible, it's sure. It's a tree that sways without snapping. Snapping doesn't happen, it's bending, it's growing. It's a branch that meets the wind and thrives. Thriving isn't loud, it's quiet, it's rich. It's a life that flows without pushing. Pushing falls away, pulling takes over. A pulling that's gentle, that's natural. That's a current drawing everything near. Near isn't far, it's here, it's now. It's a closeness that doesn't cling. Clinging has no place, it's holding, it's light. It's a hand that stays open and full. Fullness doesn't weigh, it lifts, it floats. It fills without stretching. Stretching isn't strain, it's growth, it's ease. It's a sky that widens without tearing. Tearing doesn't fit, it's mending, it's weaving. It's a thread that ties without binding. Binding doesn't hold, it's freeing, it's loosening. It's a knot that slips to let the rope run. Running isn't rushed, it's steady, it's free. It's a horse that moves without reins. Reins don't control, they drop, they fade. They give way to the rhythm. Rhythm isn't forced, it's felt, it's deep. It's a beat that carries without breaking. Breaking isn't loss, it's opening, it's shifting. It's a shell that cracks to let the seed rise. Rising isn't effort, it's nature, it's truth. It's a sprout that finds the sun. Sun doesn't burn, it warms, it gives. It paints the world with light. Light doesn't blind, it softens, it guides. It fills the space with what's real. Real isn't harsh, it's gentle. It's full. It's a world where the cup stays brimming. The door stays wide. Wide doesn't close, it opens. It stretches. It welcomes what flows. Flowing isn't rare, it's constant, it's sure. It's a river that knows no drought. Drought doesn't touch this, it's wet, it's green. It's a field that yields without toil. Toil doesn't belong, it's rest, it's trust. It's a harvest that comes when the ground is ready. Readiness isn't hurried, it's patient, it's calm. It's a fruit that ripens on its own. Ripening isn't forced, it's sweet, it's deep. It's a taste that drops when it's time. Time doesn't press, it curves, it loops. It carries every moment along. Moments don't slip, they swell, they hold. They bloom with what's good. Blooming isn't loud, it's soft, it's sure. It's a flower that opens without noise. Noise doesn't linger, it fades, it clears. It leaves the silence full. Silence isn't empty, it's rich, it's alive. It's a hum that carries the tune. Tune doesn't jar, it soothes, it blends. It weaves a melody of enough. Enough isn't small, it's vast, it's free. It's a well that never needs filling. Filling doesn't force, it fits, it rests, it spills without trying. Trying falls away, being takes over, a being that's calm, that's deep, that's a yes to what is. Yes isn't loud, it's steady, it's true. It's a nod that opens the gate. Gate doesn't bar, it swings, it widens, it lets the tide through. Tide doesn't falter, it rolls, it lifts, it brings the sea to shore. Shore doesn't end, it meets, it stretches, it holds the water without breaking. Breaking isn't real, it's bending, it's flowing, it's a wave that keeps going. Going isn't rushed, it's smooth, it's full, it's a motion that knows its way. Way doesn't narrow, it widens, it clears, it leads to what's always been. Been isn't past, it's now, it's full, it's a state that holds without fatting. Fatting isn't loss, it's light, it's growth, it's a glow that stays alive. Alive isn't frantic, it's peaceful, it's sure, it's a pulse that beats without strain. Strain doesn't fit, it's ease, it's flow, it's a river that moves without pushing. Pushing doesn't work, it's pulling, it's drawing, it's a current that brings what's needed. Needed doesn't beg, it arrives, it lands, it fits without asking. Asking falls away, receiving rises, a receiving that's open, that's calm, that's a hand turned up. Up doesn't strain, it lifts, it floats, it rises with the wind. Wind doesn't tear, it carries, it guides, it whispers of what's possible. Possible isn't a dream, it's a truth, it's a thread, it's a weave that holds everything. Everything isn't loud, it's quiet, it's deep, it's a richness that doesn't need counting. Counting doesn't matter, it's all, it's plenty, it's a wealth that spills over. Spilling isn't waste, it's giving, it's growing, it's a cup that overflows because it can. Can isn't doubt, it's certainty, it's ease, it's a trust that the well stays full. Fullness doesn't shrink, it expands, it flows, it fills without forcing. Forcing doesn't fit, it's allowing, it's softening, it's a gate that opens on its own. Opening isn't loud, it's gentle, it's sure, it's a door that lets the light in. Light doesn't flicker, it glows, it steadies, it paints the world with what's good. Goodness doesn't fade, it deepens, it spreads, it stays without being held. Held isn't tight, it's loose, it's free, it's a hand that rests without gripping. Gripping doesn't belong, it's releasing, it's trusting, it's a knot that unties to let the rope stretch. Stretching isn't strain, it's growth, it's reach, it's a tree that touches the sky. Sky doesn't limit, it opens, it holds, it stretches without end. End isn't real, it's more, it's always, it's a circle that keeps spinning. Spinning isn't dizzy, it's steady, it's sure, it's a rhythm that gathers without losing. Losing isn't true, it's shifting, it's turning, it's a bend into something new. Newness isn't sharp, it's soft, it's deep, it's a dawn that breaks without noise. Noise doesn't fit, it fades, it quiets, it leaves the silence rich. Richness isn't loud, it's calm, it's full, it's a wealth that doesn't need proving. Proving falls away, being rises, a being that's simple, that's true, that's a state of enough. Enough isn't tight, it's vast, it's free, it's a field that yields without toil. Toil doesn't belong, it's rest, it's peace, it's a harvest that comes when it's ready. Ready isn't rushed, it's patient, it's sure, it's a moment that fits without forcing. Forcing doesn't work, it's allowing, it's trusting, it's a flow that knows its way. Way doesn't twist, it opens. It leads. It carries what's good. Good isn't small, it's wide. It's deep. It's a richness that stays without fading. Fading isn't real, it's growing. It's blooming. It's a light that gets brighter. Brighter doesn't blind, it warms, it guides. It fills the world with what's true. True isn't loud, it's quiet, it's sure. It's a flow that carries without weight. Weight doesn't drag, it lifts, it steadies. It holds without binding. Binding doesn't fit, it's loosening, it's freeing. It's a rope that runs without knots. Knots don't hold, they slip, they fade. They let the line go free. Free isn't wild, it's calm, it's full. It's a state that knows no lack. Lack doesn't touch this, it's plenty. It's all, it's a well that stays brimming. Brimming doesn't spill, it flows, it gives. It shares without losing. Losing isn't real, it's gaining, it's growing. It's a circle that widens every turn. Turn isn't sharp, it's soft, it's sure. It's a bend that leads to more. More isn't loud, it's quiet. It's deep. It's a truth that holds without end. Abundance doesn't announce itself. It arrives in whispers, in moments you didn't see coming. It's the warmth of a coat you didn't know you need, the taste of bread broken without ceremony. Not a flood, not a feast, just enough, resting in your hands like a small stone smoothed by years. Time bends here. A minute slows when you let it linger, thick with quiet, heavy with what it holds. It's the glance out a window that catches light you hadn't noticed, the sound of a bird that lands without hurry. That landing isn't rushed, it's deliberate, it's full. It's a second that feels like it belongs to you alone. Belonging doesn't pull, it settles, it fits. It's a key that turns without forcing the lock. Locks don't bind, they open, they release. They let you step into a room already waiting. Waiting isn't empty, it's alive, it's patient. It's a space that hums with what's already there. There's no scramble for more, just presence, steady and close. Closeness comes in small things. It's the chair that holds you without creaking, the shadow that moves when you do. It's the coin you find under a cushion, forgotten, but still yours. Yours doesn't mean owned, it means kept. It means carried. It means a gift that doesn't ask for thanks. Thanks fade here. There's no debt when what's given fits like air. Air doesn't weigh, it lifts, it surrounds. It's a breath you take without thinking. Thinking isn't needed, it's knowing, it's feeling. It's a certainty that sits beneath the surface. Surfaces don't matter, they peel, they shift. They reveal what's always been underneath. Underneath isn't hidden, it's plain, it's solid. It's a root that holds without showing off. Showing off doesn't fit, it's quiet, it's sure. It's a strength that doesn't need a stage. Stages fall away, life steps forward, simple and real. A moment that stands without props. Standing doesn't tire, it steadies, it lasts. It's a posture that doesn't lean on anything else. Leaning isn't weakness, it's trust, it's rest. It's a wall that meets you halfway. Halfway isn't loss, it's balance. It's enough. It's a line where giving and taking blur. Blurring doesn't confuse, it softens, it clears. It turns edges into something you can touch. Touch doesn't demand, it brushes, it stays. It's a hand that rests without gripping. Gripping isn't here, it's ease, it's calm. It's a hold that lets go when it's time. Time doesn't race, it walks, it pauses. It gives you room to see what's in front of you. Seeing isn't searching, it's noticing, it's resting. It's an eye that finds without straining. Straining doesn't belong, it's peace, it's light. It's a view that opens as you stand still. Stillness isn't stuck, it's deep, it's wide. It's a lake that reflects without rippling. Ripples don't ruin, they spread, they settle, they carry what's dropped into something more. More isn't excess, it's growth, it's quiet. It's a seed that turns into shade without noise. Noise drops away, silence rises, rich and full. A soundless place where abundance lives. Living doesn't shout, it breathes, it moves. It's a rhythm that keeps its own time. Time doesn't end, it loops, it holds. It's a circle that keeps you close without closing in. Closing in doesn't fit. It's open, it's free. It's a sky that stretches without pulling back. Pulling back isn't needed, reaching forward is easy. Forward is near. Forward is a step that lands on ground already there. Ground doesn't shift, it stays. It meets you. It's a place that knows your weight. Weight isn't burden, it's anchor. It's home. It's a feeling that keeps you where you are. Where you are isn't small, it's enough. It's whole. It's an abundance that doesn't need to prove itself. Proving falls away, being is enough. Being is full. Being is a state that holds forever. Abundance, in its truest form, is not something you chase or force. It's a quiet knowing, a gentle certainty that what you need is already on its way. It's like the air you breathe, always there, always enough, without you needing to ask. You don't question whether the next breath will come, you trust it will. That's the essence of abundance, a trust so deep it feels like part of you, woven into the fabric of how you see the world. This trust doesn't shout or demand attention. It's not loud or flashy. It's more like the steady hum of a distant river, always flowing, always present, even when you're not listening for it. You don't need to stand by the riverbank every day to know it's there. You just know. And in that knowing, there's peace. There's no scramble, no rush, no fear of missing out. The river keeps moving, and so does everything you need. Think of abundance as a conversation that never ends, a dialogue between you and the world, where every word is asterisk, yes, asterisk. Not a loud yes, not a forceful one, but a soft, steady agreement that what's meant for you will find its way. It's like the way the sun rises every morning, not because you asked it to, but because that's what it does. It rises, and the day begins, full of light and possibility. You don't doubt the sun will come up, you expect it. Abundance works the same way. It's an expectation, but not the kind that leaves you anxious or waiting. It's the kind that lets you rest easy, knowing the light will come. Now, that expectation is a seed planted deep inside you. It doesn't need constant tending or watering. It doesn't need you to dig it up every day to check if it's growing. It just needs space to root itself, to stretch toward the surface when the time is right. That's how abundance grows, quietly, steadily, without you needing to push or pull. You do make asterisk the seed grow, you let asterisk it. And in that letting, in that allowance, the growth happens naturally. This allowance is key. It's not about doing more or being more. It's about being less worried, less doubtful, less caught up in what might not happen. It's about stepping back and letting the world do what it does best, provide. The world is always providing, always offering, always opening doors. But when you're too busy knocking on every door yourself, you miss the ones that are already cracked open, waiting for you to walk through. Walking through those doors isn't about effort, it's about ease. It's about trusting that the path will appear when you need it to. Not before, not after, but exactly when it should. And when it does, you don't need to sprint or scramble, you just need to take the next step. That's all. One step, then another, each one landing on ground that's already there, already solid, already holding you up. Holding you up, that's what abundance does. It's not about lifting you to some impossible height. It's about keeping you steady where you are, so you can see what's already in front of you. It's like standing on a hill and looking out over a valley. From up there, you can see the whole landscape, the rivers, the fields, the forests, all of it laid out like a map. But you don't need to own the valley or control it. You just need to see it, to know it's there, to trust that if you need to cross it, there's a way. That way isn't always a straight line. Sometimes it curves, sometimes it dips, sometimes it takes you through places you didn't expect. But that's the beauty of it. The curves and dips aren't obstacles, they're part of the journey, part of what makes the path interesting, part of what teaches you to trust even more. Because every time you turn a corner and find the road still there, your trust deepens. Every time you dip into a valley and rise again, your faith grows. And with each step, abundance becomes less of a concept and more of a feeling, a quiet, steady hum in your bones. This hum is what carries you. It's not loud enough to drown out the noise of the world, but it's always there beneath the surface, like a heartbeat. You don't need to listen for it every second. You just need to know it's there. And in that knowing, there's a kind of freedom. The freedom to let go of the small worries, the what-ifs, the maybes. The freedom to stop counting what you have and start seeing what's possible. Possibility is the language of abundance. It's not about what you have right now. It's about what asterisk could asterisk be. What might asterisk be? What's waiting just beyond the next hill? But here's the thing. You don't need to climb that hill with gritted teeth and clenched fists. You can walk it with open hands, with a light step, with a heart that's ready to receive. Because abundance isn't something you take, it's something you allow. It's something you let in, like sunlight through a window you didn't even know was open. That window is always there, always cracked just enough to let the light slip through. You don't need to throw it wide open or break the glass. You just need to notice it, to let the warmth touch your skin, to let it remind you that there's always more light, more air, more space than you thought. And in that more, there's no need to hoard or hold tight. There's no need to worry about running out, because the light doesn't run out. It just keeps coming day after day, as long as you let it. Letting it in is the trick. Not forcing it, not demanding it, but allowing it. It's like catching rain in a cup. You don't need to chase the storm. You just need to hold the cup steady and let the drops fall where they will. Some days the rain is heavy and the cup fills quickly. Other days it's a drizzle and the cup takes longer to fill. But either way, the cup fills. It always does, as long as you keep it open. Keeping it open is the practice. It's not about doing more, it's about doing less. Less closing, less shutting down, less turning away from what's offered. It's about staying open, even when it's hard, even when the rain feels like it's stopped. Because the rain hasn't stopped, it's just paused. And in that pause, there's still enough. There's still the cup, half full or more, waiting for the next drop. That waiting isn't anxious, it's patient. It's the kind of patience that knows the rain will come again, that the cup will fill again, that the light will return. It's a patience born of trust, of knowing that the world is always giving, always offering, always providing. You don't need to beg or plead, you just need to receive. And in that receiving, there's a quiet power, a power that doesn't need to shout or prove itself. It just is asterisk. This power is what abundance feels like. It's not a loud, triumphant roar. It's a soft, steady hum. It's the hum of a world that's always turning, always moving, always bringing what you need closer. You don't need to run after it. You just need to stand still and let it come to you. Let it find you, like a letter that's been mailed and is on its way. You don't need to track it every second. You just need to know it's coming. Knowing it's coming is enough. It's enough to let you sleep easy, to let you wake up with a sense of calm, to let you move through your day with a quiet confidence. Not the kind of confidence that brags or boasts, but the kind that rests deep in your bones, like a secret only you know. It's the secret of abundance, that there's always enough, always more, always another chance, another door, another breath. And in that breath, there's everything. Everything you need, everything you've ever wanted, everything that's meant for you. It's all there, waiting in the space between inhale and exhale, in the pause between one moment and the next. You don't need to reach for it, you just need to be. Be still, be open, be ready to receive. Because abundance is already here, already yours, already flowing toward you like a river that never stops.